Tonight, my peeps, we're stepping into early America, a place trying very hard to build something new, using ideas that were already a few thousand years old. Through classical education, early Americans learned how to think, argue, and govern by studying Greece and Rome, mostly trusting that ancient philosophers knew what they were doing and hoping the rest would sort itself out. If slow, boring history like this helps you unwind, you can like the video, follow, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is, purely out of curiosity and absolutely not for grading purposes. Now dim the lights, turn on a fan or some gentle background noise, and let's quietly set the book down for the night. You're settling in for the night, about to step back into a world where young colonists hunched over Latin primers by candlelight, where the ghosts of ancient Rome walk through Philadelphia's cobblestone streets, and where a farmer's son might quote Cicero while ploughing his fields. This is the story of how dusty old books from across the ocean built the mental architecture of a new nation, a tale of conjugations and rhetoric, marble columns and moral warnings, all woven into the fabric of early American life in ways both profound and peculiar. The smell hits you first, that particular combination of tallow candles, wood smoke, and the musty sweet scent of pages that have crossed an ocean. You're standing in a Massachusetts schoolroom in 1738, and the morning light barely reaches through windows made of oiled paper rather than glass. The room is cold enough that you can see your breath, and the wooden bench beneath you feels like it's stealing warmth directly from your bones. Your hands are already ink-stained, and it's only Tuesday. The schoolmaster, a man whose wig has gone slightly askew from the morning's exertions, is leading you through Latin declensions with the kind of grim determination usually reserved for splitting firewood. Puella, puellae, puellae, puella, puella, you chant along with the other students, your voice joining a chorus that sounds like a particularly monotonous religious ceremony. The girl. Of the girl, to the girl, by the girl. It's mind-numbing. It's also the foundation of what people in this time consider a proper education. You might wonder why a colony struggling to clear forests and plant crops would care about a language that nobody speaks anymore except in churches and courtrooms. The answer isn't simple, and it certainly isn't obvious when you're 10 years old and your fingers are cramping from gripping a quill pen. But the colonists who established these schools brought with them a conviction that bordered on obsession, that the best thoughts humanity had ever produced were locked inside Greek and Latin texts, and that the key to those thoughts was grammar. Not just any grammar, mind you. This is grammar as a kind of mental discipline, a training ground for the mind that people believed would make you better at everything else. Learn to parse a Latin sentence with its elaborate structure, subjects hiding at the end, verbs playing hide and seek in the middle, adjectives wandering far from their nouns, and English would seem simple by comparison. More than that, you'd learn to think in a particular way, methodically, attentively, with an eye for how pieces fit together. The schoolmaster taps his rod against the desk, and you return your attention to Corderius's Colloquies, a Latin textbook that's been making children miserable since the 1500s. The dialogues are meant to be practical, teaching you how Romans might have discussed everyday situations. Quid agis hodie? What are you doing today? As if you're going to strike up conversations in Latin at the general store. But here's the thing that nobody mentions during these grinding hours of memorization. The process is actually working. Your brain is being rewired. You're learning pattern recognition, grammatical structure, and logical relationships between ideas. When you eventually read the Massachusetts Constitution, drafted by men who went through this same training, you'll recognize its elaborate, carefully balanced sentences as products of minds shaped by Latin syntax. The morning wears on. Outside, you can hear normal colonial life proceeding. A cart rattling past, someone calling about fish for sale, and the rhythmic sound of a nearby cooper hammering barrel hoops. Inside, you're in ancient Rome. or at least in the linguistic fossil record of ancient Rome, learning to think like someone from a civilization that fell over 1,000 years ago. By midday, you've moved on to Caesar's commentaries, and this is where things get slightly more interesting. Julius Caesar, writing about his military campaigns in Gaul, has a style that's been described as elegant simplicity, which is teacher talk, for at least the sentences aren't as long as a city block. You're reading about bridge building and battle tactics, about Germanic tribes and Gallic strongholds, and somewhere in your mind, a map of Europe is forming that has nothing to do with the Europe of 1738. The student next to you, a merchant's son named Thomas, who always smells faintly of tobacco from his father's shop, stumbles over a word. Transient, he says, pronouncing it like it's English. Transient, the schoolmaster corrects, with the weary patience of someone who's had this exact conversation 800 times before. They cross over, from trans across and eo, ire to go. And there it is again, another tiny piece of the puzzle clicking into place. You're learning not just Latin, but how language itself works, how meaning is built from smaller pieces, and how ideas travel across time and space embedded in words. Trans will show up again in translate, transport, and transcend. Every root you learn becomes a key to dozens of English words. The funny thing is, nobody here will ever speak Latin fluently. That's not the point. A few decades from now, when these same students are arguing about the structure of government, writing constitutions and debating natural rights, they'll reach for Latin phrases like tools from a familiar workshop, e pluribus unum, novus ordo seclorum. They'll do this not to show off, but because Latin has become the language their minds use when grappling with big ideas. You practice writing, forming letters that will become progressively less awful over the years. The quill keeps splattering, and you're fairly certain your handwriting looks like a drunk spider fell into the inkwell and staggered across the page. But you're learning, in muscle and mind, a discipline that will stay with you. The afternoon brings Greek, which makes Latin look like a friendly cousin. The alphabet alone is an adventure in confusion. Letters that look like they should make one sound but make another. Symbols that seem to exist solely to trip you up. Sigma looks like it should be simple, but it has two different forms depending on where it appears in a word, because apparently ancient Greeks enjoyed making things complicated. Your introduction to Greek comes through the New Testament, which at least has the advantage of familiar stories. You've heard these in English every Sunday. Now you're seeing them in their original language, and it's like meeting old friends who suddenly have different accents and more complex personalities. The Greek word logos gets translated as word, but it also means reason, principle, and the underlying order of things. John's Gospel starts with it, and suddenly that simple English word seems inadequate for what the Greek is trying to convey. The teacher explains that educated Romans learned Greek the same way you're learning it now, as a second classical language that opened doors to philosophy, science, and literature. You're following in footsteps that are not just centuries but millennia old. It's dizzying if you think about it too much, this chain of education reaching back through time. By the time you stumble out into the late afternoon light, your head feels stuffed with declensions and conjugations, paradigms and particles. Other children are playing in the common, their shouts reaching you as you head home through streets that smell of cooking fires and horse manure. You've got exercises to complete before tomorrow, more translations, more memorization, and more wrestling with languages that have been dead longer than English has been alive. But something is happening in your mind, something subtle and lasting. You're being taught to see patterns, to analyse structure, and to understand how complex ideas can be built from simple components. The colonial leaders who insist on this kind of education believe they're preserving civilization in the wilderness. They're not entirely wrong, even if their methods sometimes feel like intellectual torture. As you settle into sleep that night, Latin phrases drift through your mind like fragments of dreams. Amo, amas, amat. I love, you love, he loves. The rhythm of it is almost soothing now, a mental lullaby built from ancient conjugations. You don't know it yet, but you're being shaped into a particular kind of thinker, one who will approach problems with tools forged in classical education. The lamp burns low. Tomorrow there will be more grammar, more translation, and more ancient wisdom delivered in dead languages. But tonight, you rest, your mind quietly organising everything you've learned into patterns that will last a lifetime. You're 16 now, and the texts have changed. No more simple dialogues about daily life in Rome. Now you're deep in Plutarch's lives, and the reading room at Harvard feels like a theatre where dead heroes stride across the stage of your imagination. The book is heavy, a thick volume bound in leather that's gone soft and slightly oily from decades of student hands. You're reading about Lycurgus, the legendary lawgiver of Sparta, and the story is stranger and more compelling than any novel you might sneak into your room. Lycurgus, according to Plutarch, redesigned an entire society, banning gold and silver currency in favour of iron money that was too heavy and worthless to hoard. He made Spartans eat together in common messes, equalising rich and poor. He created an education system so rigorous it would make your Latin grammar lessons look like a pleasant afternoon. The thing about Plutarch is that he's not just telling you what happened. He's comparing Greek and Roman heroes, setting them side by side like a shopkeeper arranging goods for inspection. Here's Lycurgus, the Spartan lawgiver, and here's Numa, the Roman king who founded their religious institutions. What do their similarities teach you? What do their differences reveal about their societies? You're learning to think in comparisons, to analyse character, and to extract lessons from biography. This is deliberate. Plutarch wrote these lives specifically as moral instruction, as examples to emulate or avoid. He believed that studying great people would make you better, that virtue could be learned through biographical example. The other students in the reading room are scattered across centuries. One is wrestling with Demosthenes, the Athenian orator who supposedly practiced speaking with pebbles in his mouth to overcome a stutter. Another is deep in the life of Cato the Younger, the Roman senator who chose death rather than live under Caesar's dictatorship. The room is silent except for the scratch of pens and the occasional frustrated sigh. Your tutor, a minister's son who studied at Edinburgh before coming to the colonies, circulates among the desks. He pauses at your shoulder, reading over your notes on Lycurgus. "What strikes you about his reforms?" he asks, his voice pitched low to avoid disturbing others. You've learned by now that there are no simple answers in classical education. He seemed to believe that changing laws could change people's nature, you offer. That if you controlled the environment completely enough, you could create virtue. The tutor nods, pleased. And did it work? Sparta became powerful, you say slowly, thinking it through. But Plutarch suggests they became rigid, unable to adapt. Their virtue became a kind of brittleness. This is the dance of classical education at its higher levels. Reading, thinking, discussing and questioning. You're not memorising facts to regurgitate. You're entering into a conversation with the past, treating ancient authors as living interlocutors who might be right, might be wrong, but are always worth engaging. You move on to the parallel life of Numa Pompilius, Rome's second king. Where Lycurgus used force and dramatic reform, Numa used religion and gentle persuasion. He convinced Romans that a goddess counselled him, giving his laws divine authority without actually terrorising anyone. The contrast is instructive. Two approaches to the same problem of creating civic virtue. Outside, colonial America is busy inventing itself. But in this reading room, you're studying the instruction manual, the collected wisdom of societies that rose, flourished, and eventually fell. The patterns are starting to emerge. Power corrupts. Virtue requires practice. Laws must match the character of the people. Simple truths, maybe, but seeing them illustrated across dozens of lives makes them stick in a way that abstract statements never could. You read about Alcibiades, the brilliant, charming, and absolutely unprincipled Athenian who betrayed his city, then betrayed Sparta, then tried to return to Athens in triumph. He's fascinating precisely because he's terrible. a cautionary tale about talent without character. Plutarch tells his story with a kind of sorrowful relish, showing you exactly how charisma can be divorced from virtue. Then there's Aristides the Just, who was so boringly honest that Athenians ostracised him partly out of sheer irritation at his moral consistency. The story goes that an illiterate citizen, not recognising Aristides, asked him to write Aristides on his voting shard for ostracism. When Aristides asked why, the citizen complained, "I'm tired of hearing him called the Just everywhere I go." Aristides wrote his own name without argument. You find yourself laughing quietly at that one. It's such a perfectly human moment. Voting against someone because their virtue is annoying. It cuts through 20 centuries like they're nothing. The semester wears on, and Plutarch's parade continues. You meet Publicola, who helped establish the Roman Republic and then voluntarily limited his own power. You encounter Coriolanus, whose pride destroyed him despite his military genius. You follow Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus, brothers who tried to reform Rome and ended up torn apart by mobs. Each life is a lesson, but not always an obvious one. Sometimes the lesson is that good intentions aren't enough. Sometimes it's that timing matters as much as virtue. Sometimes it's simply that history is complicated, that heroes have flaws, and that villains have understandable motivations. Your tutor assigns you to write comparisons of your own, not just regurgitating Plutarch's judgments, but forming your own. You spend an evening comparing Alexander the Great with Julius Caesar, two conquerors who died young and left unstable empires. Your thesis is that Alexander was drunk on glory while Caesar was calculating and political. Your tutor challenges you on this, pointing out Alexander's strategic brilliance and Caesar's genuine vanity. You revise. This back and forth, this refinement of judgment, is what classical education is really about at this level. You're learning to make arguments, to defend positions, and to change your mind when presented with better evidence. The content is ancient history and biography, but the skill is timeless. How to think clearly, argue effectively, and judge wisely. You notice something interesting as the year progresses. Your classmates quote Plutarch the way earlier generations might quote scripture. As Plutarch says of Cato, becomes a common preamble to arguments about everything from college discipline to colonial politics. These ancient lives have become reference points, shared cultural knowledge that allows for shorthand communication. When someone calls a politician another Clodius, everyone knows they mean a demagogue who manipulates the mob. When someone praises Spartan simplicity, they're invoking Lycurgus. The classical education has created a common language and a shared set of examples and cautionary tales. You read late into the night sometimes, candle burning low, following Plutarch's Greeks and Romans through their triumphs and disasters. The writing itself is hypnotic, detailed, opinionated, and vivid. Plutarch has opinions about everything, from the proper way to educate children to the moral implications of eating meat. He includes gossip and philosophy in equal measure, as comfortable describing a dinner party as discussing the nature of the soul. There's a moment in the life of Pericles that stops you cold. Plutarch describes how the great Athenian statesman handled the plague that devastated Athens during the Peloponnesian War, and how he maintained order even as disease emptied the city. You think about your own colony's bouts with smallpox and fever, about leaders trying to hold communities together during crisis. The parallel is immediate and personal. This is what makes Plutarch endure, the recognition that human nature doesn't change much. Politicians still play to the crowd, reformers still face resistance, pride still precedes falls. The specifics are different. The togas have been replaced by waistcoats, but the patterns persist. By the end of your time with Plutarch, you've absorbed more than biographical facts. You've internalized a way of thinking about character, leadership, and civic duty. When you eventually participate in colonial governance, debate revolutionary politics, or simply vote on town matters, Plutarch's heroes and cautionary figures will be there in your mind, providing context and comparison. the heavy volume closes. You've travelled through centuries in its pages, witnessed the rise and fall of cities, and watched heroes and villains parade past. Tomorrow there will be other texts and other authors, but Plutarch's lessons will remain, lodged firmly in your mental furniture. As you drift towards sleep, you find yourself thinking about how Plutarch chose to end so many of his lives, with judgment, with comparison, with an attempt to extract meaning from individual stories. It seems fitting. We're all living lives that might someday teach others something, whether we intend to or not. The question is what those lessons will be. The college debate hall smells of wool, nervous sweat, and the particular mustiness of a room where young men have been arguing for generations. You're 22 now, standing at a podium with your carefully prepared speech trembling slightly in your hands. The topic: whether popular government can endure without virtue in its citizens. This is rhetoric, the crowning achievement of classical education, and you've been preparing for this moment since those first Latin declensions years ago. Everything, the grammar, the translation, the reading of ancient texts, has been leading here, to the ability to construct and deliver persuasive arguments. Your speech follows the classical structure drilled into you over countless exercises. Exordium, the introduction that captures attention. Narratio, the statement of facts. Divisio, the outline of your argument. Confirmation, the proof. Confutatio, the refutation of opposing views. Peroratio, the stirring conclusion. These Latin terms have become as familiar as your own name, a framework for organising thought that feels natural now, almost inevitable. You begin, voice steadier than you expected. Gentlemen, we gather in an age that fancies itself enlightened, that believes reason alone can guide the ship of state. But let us cast our eyes backward to Athens and Rome, to republics that rose in glory and fell in corruption, and ask ourselves whether we have discovered some new principle that exempts us from history's lessons. It's pure Cicero, that opening, the appeal to historical precedent, the suggestion that contemporary confidence might be misplaced. You've read Cicero's speeches until you could hear their rhythms in your sleep, until their techniques became instinctive. Start with common ground. Establish your credibility. Make the audience feel the weight of the question. Your opponent tonight is a merchant's son from Boston, clever and quick-witted, who will argue that institutional checks and balances can substitute for public virtue. He's probably right in a limited way, but your job is to show the limits of his rightness, to demonstrate that laws alone cannot sustain a free society. The audience, fellow students, tutors, a few visiting ministers, watches with the intent focus that rhetorical contests command. This is entertainment, yes, but it's also deadly serious. The skills being honed here are the same ones that colonial leaders use in legislative debates, town meetings and courtroom arguments. Rhetoric isn't decoration, it's the engine of public life. You move into your narration, laying out historical examples. Consider Rome under the late Republic, when Cicero himself stood against Catiline's conspiracy. The laws remained the same laws that had governed Rome for centuries. The Senate still convened, the courts still functioned. Yet corruption had eaten so deep into the body politic that armed conspiracy seemed a viable path to power. What failed was not Roman law but Roman virtue. You're drawing on your Plutarch here, on your reading of Roman history, on countless examples stored in your memory like ammunition. The trick is to deploy them effectively, not to overwhelm with erudition, but to illustrate with precision. The classical rhetorical education teaches you to think of arguments as architecture. You need a solid foundation of facts. You need supporting pillars of logic and example. You need to anticipate where the structure might be weak and reinforce those points. And you need a roof, a conclusion that brings everything together and protects the whole edifice. Your confirmation builds through three main points, each supported by historical and logical argument. First, that virtue cannot be legislated but must be cultivated. Second, Citizens lacking virtue will find ways around even the cleverest institutional checks. Third, that the decline of public virtue precedes and predicts the decline of free government. Between points, you use transitions that you've learned from Quintilian's Institutio Oratoria, that massive 12-book guide to rhetoric that nearly killed you during your first year at college. But perhaps you object, you say, anticipating counter-arguments, that I paint too dark a picture, that I underestimate human capacity for self-interest rightly understood. This technique, raising objections only to answer them, is called procatalepsis, and it's devastatingly effective when done well. You're showing the audience that you've thought through opposing views, that your position has survived scrutiny. Your opponent will have his turn, and he's good. He'll point out that Sparta, for all its legendary virtue, was a rigid militaristic society that most free men would find intolerable. He'll argue that mixed government, balancing monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements, can create stability without requiring saints for citizens. He'll cite Polybius's analysis of the Roman constitution as proof. But you've prepared for this. Your confutation addresses these points before he can make them. The Spartan example, so often cited, proves precisely my point. Lycurgus created a system that manufactured a kind of virtue through compulsion, and it produced a brittle, unstable state that fell the moment it encountered forces it couldn't control. True republican virtue must be freely chosen, not imposed. The debate flows back and forth, a dance of argument and counter-argument that would look familiar to participants in the Roman Forum or the Athenian Assembly. You're speaking English, you're standing in colonial America, but the patterns are ancient, tested across centuries of public discourse. What strikes you as you deliver your peroratio, the final emotional appeal, is how alive this all feels. You're not just reciting memorized speeches, you're thinking on your feet, adapting to your opponent's arguments, and gauging the audience's reaction. The classical training has given you tools, but you're the one wielding them. Let us not deceive ourselves, gentlemen, you conclude, voice rising slightly. The question before us is not whether we prefer virtue to vice. That preference is universal, at least in profession. The question is whether we can sustain free government without virtue being widely distributed among citizens. And on this point, history speaks with a terrible clarity. We cannot. The applause is polite and appreciative. You've done well, though whether you've won is for the judges to determine, but winning isn't really the point of these exercises. The point is the training, the development of skills that will serve you whether you're arguing before a jury, persuading a town meeting to support a measure, or simply thinking through complex problems in private. Over the following months, you continue these rhetorical exercises. Sometimes you argue positions you don't actually hold, defending monarchical government, attacking representative democracy, because the ability to make the weaker argument appear stronger is itself a crucial skill. It teaches you to understand opposing viewpoints and to find the genuine strengths in positions you reject. The classical texts on rhetoric make clear that this art can be used for good or ill. Cicero discusses the ethical responsibilities of the orator. Quintilian insists that a true orator must be a good man skilled in speaking, not just skilled, but good. Because technique without ethics is dangerous. You've read the cautionary examples. Alcibiades swaying Athens toward the disastrous Sicilian expedition, Clodius manipulating Roman mobs, and demagogues throughout history using rhetorical skill to lead people astray. The tension is real and unresolved. Rhetoric is power, and like all power, it poses moral questions. Your tutors remind you constantly that with these skills comes responsibility. You're being trained to persuade, to move minds, and to shape opinion. That's not a neutral capability. You practice different styles, the plain style for clarity, the middle style for teaching, and the grand style for moving emotions. You learn when to use each, and how to shift between them within a single speech. You study figures of speech, metaphor, simile, antithesis, parallelism, not as decoration but as tools of thought. ways of making abstract ideas concrete and memorable. One tutor has you practice impromptu speaking, throwing out topics randomly and requiring immediate responses. The value of standing armies. Whether colonies owe unlimited obedience to the mother country. The dangers of faction. You learn to organise thoughts quickly, to find arguments on the fly, and to speak coherently under pressure. Another exercise involves declamation, taking famous speeches from history and delivering them as if they were your own. You've thundered through Cicero's denunciations of Catiline, worked your way through Demosthenes' Philippics against Philip of Macedon, and practiced the restraint of Pericles' funeral oration. Each one teaches something different about rhetorical strategy. The odd thing is how practical all this feels. These aren't dead exercises from irrelevant antiquity. These are skills that colonial leaders use constantly. When Samuel Adams argues against British taxation, he's using techniques refined in classical Athens. When Patrick Henry delivers impassioned speeches about liberty, he's following patterns established by Roman orators. The American Revolution, when it comes, will be argued into existence partly through rhetoric learned from ancient texts. You're also learning to write because rhetoric isn't just oral. You practice different forms, letters, essays, declarations, and legal briefs. Each has its own conventions and its own appropriate style. A letter to a friend employs a familiar, conversational tone. A legal argument demands precision and formal structure. A political pamphlet needs to be both learned and accessible. The classical models provide templates. Cicero's letters show how to maintain friendship across distance, while also discussing serious matters. Seneca's essays demonstrate how to explore philosophical questions in readable prose. The historical narratives of Livy and Tacitus teach how to make the past come alive, while also extracting lessons. By the time you complete your rhetorical training, you've internalized an entire system for producing and analyzing persuasive communication. You can recognize fallacies when others use them. You can construct arguments that withstand logical scrutiny. You can adapt your approach to different audiences and occasions, but perhaps most importantly, you've learned to think critically about persuasion itself, to recognize when you're being manipulated, to question your own certainties, and to demand evidence and logical consistency. The classical rhetorical tradition, at its best, creates both effective speakers and skeptical listeners. As you leave the debate hall that evening, you overhear two younger students discussing your performance. They're analysing your argument structure, critiquing your use of examples, and debating whether your conclusion was too emotional. You smile slightly. This is the tradition perpetuating itself, each generation training the next in arts that stretch back to Athens and Rome. The stars are visible tonight, the same stars that ancient orators saw. The thought is oddly comforting, that across vast gulfs of time and space, people have gathered to argue, to persuade, and to think together about how to live. You're part of that long conversation, trained in its methods, and responsible for carrying it forward. The Virginia plantation house rising before you is not what you expected. You're visiting as part of a tour arranged by the college, studying architecture and civic design, and you've just arrived at Monticello, still under construction, under Thomas Jefferson's restless supervision. The thing that strikes you immediately is how Roman everything looks. Not English, not colonial, Roman. The portico features a proper triangular pediment supported by columns in the Doric order, the simplest and sturdiest of the classical styles. The proportions are deliberate and measured, based on ratios that architects have been using since the Parthenon. Jefferson himself greets your group, clearly delighted to have an audience for his architectural passions, and launches into an explanation of why he chose these particular classical elements. The orders, he says, gesturing toward the columns, represent more than aesthetic preference. They embody principles of harmony, proportion, and civic dignity that trace to the best moments of human civilization. You've studied this in your classical education, the three orders of classical architecture. Doric, the masculine, solid, unadorned. Ionic, more slender and decorated with its distinctive scroll-like volutes. Corinthian, the most elaborate with capitals carved to resemble acanthus leaves. Each has specific proportions, specific applications and specific meanings, but you've studied them in books. Seeing them realised in Virginia red brick is something else entirely. Jefferson walks your group through the design, and his references are entirely classical. He mentions Palladio, the 16th century Italian architect who revived Roman principles. He cites Vitruvius, the ancient Roman architect whose treatise has survived as the only comprehensive classical text on building. He's designed Monticello as a statement, a declaration that the new American Republic will build in the language of classical republics. This isn't unique to Jefferson. Everywhere you look in colonial America, buildings are beginning to speak in classical grammar. The State House in Philadelphia, where increasingly important colonial debates are occurring, features classical symmetry, proper proportions, and a sense of dignified restraint that consciously evokes Roman public architecture. The message is clear. We are building a republic, and republics look like this. Your study group visits the Capitol building in Williamsburg, designed before the Revolution, but already showing classical influence. The facade features symmetry, regular window spacing, and a sense of order and proportion that contrasts sharply with the irregular organic growth of medieval European architecture. This is architecture as a political statement, buildings as arguments about the kind of society being constructed. A local architect, invited to lecture your group, explains the theory behind these choices. Classical architecture, he says, expresses certain values in physical form. Symmetry represents balance and equality before the law. The orders, Doric, Ionic and Corinthian, progress from strength to refinement, much as we hope society itself will progress. The use of columns recalls the forums and temples of republics past, reminding us of our political inheritance. You're sketching as he talks, trying to capture the proportions of a Doric column. There's a mathematical relationship between the column's diameter and its height, roughly 1:8 for Doric. The spacing between columns follows specific rules. The entablature above, the horizontal structure the columns support, has its own proportional relationships. Nothing is arbitrary. Every measurement relates to every other measurement in a system that's been refined over 2 millennia. The funny thing is how seriously Americans take this. In Europe, classical architecture is one option among many. Here it's becoming the default language for important buildings, for structures meant to embody public values. It's as if the colonists, lacking a long architectural tradition of their own, reached back to Rome and said, This is us. You visit a small-town courthouse being built in rural Massachusetts. Even here, hundreds of miles from Virginia's plantation aristocracy, the building features a classical pediment and columns. The proportions are modest, the materials are local timber rather than marble or brick, but the language is recognisably classical. A farmer bringing a lawsuit will ascend steps, pass between columns, and enter a space that consciously echoes Roman public architecture. The symbolism isn't lost on anyone. Classical architecture is republican architecture. It represents government of laws, not men. It suggests permanence, stability, and connection to enduring principles. When you build in this style, you're making a claim about the nature of your society. Your classical education has prepared you to read these buildings as texts. You recognise the orders. You understand the proportional systems. You know that a Doric column suggests strength and simplicity, while a Corinthian column suggests refinement and wealth. You can look at a building's facade and understand what argument it's making about itself. There's also a practical element to studying classical architecture. You're learning drawing, geometry and proportion, skills that have applications beyond building design. The same sense of harmony and balance that governs classical architecture can inform furniture design, garden layout, and even the composition of a painting. The educational emphasis on drawing from classical examples means you spend hours copying illustrations from Palladio's 4 books of architecture. You measure proportions, draw elevations, and plan imaginary buildings that follow classical principles. It's tedious work, requiring precision and patience, but it's training your eye, teaching you to see relationships between parts and wholes. Jefferson reappears as your group prepares to leave Monticello, and someone asks him why he's so committed to classical forms. His answer is revealing. "We are attempting," he says, "to build a new kind of society, a republic that will, we hope, avoid the fate of previous republics. We look to Rome not to copy its government, which fell into tyranny, but to adopt its best expressions of civic dignity. Architecture is a form of education. Every person who sees these buildings absorbs, perhaps unconsciously, certain principles about order, proportion, and public virtue. You think about this as you travel back to college. Architecture as education, buildings as teachers. It's a striking idea that the physical environment can shape thought, that surrounding yourself with classical forms might actually encourage classical virtues. The college itself is expanding, adding new buildings, and the designs are all classical. Brick buildings with symmetrical facades, regular window spacing, and classical pediments over entrances. Even the interior spaces follow classical proportions. Room heights, window sizes, and the relationship between width and length are all governed by mathematical ratios derived from Roman practice. You attend a lecture by a visiting scholar on the symbolic meanings of architectural elements. The pediment, that triangular shape above the entrance, originally crowned Greek temples. Using it on secular buildings transfers some of that sacred dignity to civic purposes. Columns, originally structural necessities in stone buildings, have become symbols even when applied to wooden structures where they serve no load-bearing function. They're pure communication, visual rhetoric. The scholar describes how different orders carry different associations. Tuscan, the simplest, suggests rusticity and strength. Doric adds dignity. Ionic implies learning and refinement. Corinthian suggests luxury and sophistication. Composite, which combines Ionic and Corinthian elements, represents a kind of culmination. Choosing an order for a building is choosing how that building will speak about its purpose and the values it embodies. You're also learning about the limitations and contradictions built into this classical adoption. These architectural forms come from slave societies. Greece and Rome both depended on slavery. Yet colonists building plantations worked by enslaved people use classical architecture to celebrate republican virtue. The irony is not lost on everyone, though it's rarely mentioned directly in polite company. Similarly, the emphasis on proportion and order in architecture exists alongside the often chaotic, improvisational reality of colonial life. The idealized classical building suggests permanence and stability, but the society constructing these buildings is fluid, changing, and uncertain about its future relationship with Britain. Still, the buildings rise. In towns and cities across the colonies, classical architecture becomes the default for anything meant to last, to impress, or to embody public values. Churches, courthouses, colleges, and prominent homes all increasingly speak in the language of Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. You sketch obsessively, filling notebooks with columns and pediments, entablatures and architraves. The technical vocabulary becomes second nature. You learn to spot architectural quotes. This building references the Pantheon. That one nods to the Temple of Vesta. Classical education has made you literate in this language of form and proportion. As you prepare for sleep one evening, you look at the buildings around you with new eyes. Every public structure is making an argument, claiming a heritage and expressing aspirations. The classical forms say, "We are the inheritors of republican tradition. We value order and proportion. We build for permanence, and we connect our project to the best moments of the past." Whether those claims are justified, whether the forms can bear the weight of meaning placed on them, remains to be seen. But for now, in this moment of colonial development, classical architecture provides a shared language, a way of expressing common hopes about the kind of society being built. The buildings will outlast their builders, carrying these messages forward into a future nobody can quite imagine yet. For now, they stand as three-dimensional arguments about civic identity, made in a language that requires classical education to fully understand. The evening's reading assignment is Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and you're only 3 chapters in before the pattern becomes uncomfortably clear. Rome didn't collapse suddenly. It rotted slowly from within, losing the virtues that made it great long before barbarians toppled its walls. Your history tutor seems almost gleeful about this. Pay attention, he says, tapping the heavy volume, to the causes of decline. Note them carefully, memorize them. Because republics do not die of old age, gentlemen. They commit suicide. This is classical education as a cautionary tale, with history studied not for its own sake, but as a warning. You're reading Gibbon, but also Polybius, Livy, and Tacitus, historians who chronicled the rise and fall of republics and empires. The message they deliver, over hundreds of pages and countless examples, is sobering. Nothing lasts, everything declines, and the seeds of destruction are usually present from the beginning. Polybius is particularly systematic about this. He describes a cycle of governments, monarchy degenerating into tyranny, overthrown by aristocracy, which becomes oligarchy, replaced by democracy, which descends into mob rule, leading back to monarchy. Round and round, a predictable pattern that seems to govern all human societies. The only question is where in the cycle you find yourself. Rome, according to Polybius, managed to delay the cycle longer than most by creating a mixed constitution, combining monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements in consuls, senate, and people. The balance kept any single element from dominating and degenerating. But even Rome eventually fell into the pattern, the balance breaking down into civil war and eventual empire. You're reading this in 1765, and the parallels to colonial concerns are impossible to ignore. What kind of government should the colonies have? How can republics avoid the fate of Rome? What institutions might delay or prevent decline? The Roman historians offer plenty of warnings. Sallust describes how wealth and luxury corrupted Roman virtue, and how the destruction of Carthage, Rome's great rival, removed external pressure that had kept Romans focused and disciplined. Without an enemy to fear, Romans turned their competitive energies inward, tearing at each other in factional disputes. Tacitus chronicles the slow decay of Roman liberty under the emperors, showing how tyranny can arrive gradually, in increments, each step seeming reasonable until suddenly you wake up and freedom is gone. His descriptions of informers, arbitrary justice, and the corruption of language itself, where peace means submission and order means tyranny, feel disturbingly relevant. Your tutor assigns you to trace a particular theme through multiple Roman historians. The role of military power in undermining republican government. You discover a consistent pattern. Marius reforms the army, recruiting from the poorest citizens and creating soldiers loyal to generals rather than the state. Sulla marches on Rome with his legions, setting a precedent for using military force to settle political disputes. Pompey, Caesar, and Octavian each commands armies that ultimately answer to them personally, rather than to the Republic. The lesson seems clear. Standing armies loyal to commanders rather than to the state are existential threats to Republican government. You file this away, along with countless other warnings gleaned from Roman history. But the historians also describe what worked and what delayed decline. Roman respect for law, the tradition of civilian control over the military, the willingness of leaders to voluntarily relinquish power, Cincinnatus leaving his dictatorship to return to his farm, becoming the eternal symbol of republican virtue. The Senate's role as a stabilizing institution, providing continuity and wisdom. These positive examples matter as much as the warnings. You're learning not just what to avoid, but what to aspire to. What principles might sustain a republic if carefully maintained. The Greeks provide their own cautionary tales. Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War shows how Athens, the most brilliant democracy the world had known, destroyed itself through overreach and internal faction. The Sicilian expedition, a disastrous military adventure driven by ambition and poor judgment, reads like a textbook on how democracies make catastrophic decisions. You spend a week on Thucydides' account of the plague in Athens. The disease itself is horrible enough, but Thucydides focuses on what the plague does to social order. People abandon traditional pieties. They pursue immediate pleasure, assuming they'll die soon anyway. They disregard laws, knowing enforcement has broken down. Society unravels not because of the disease itself, but because the disease destroys the shared beliefs and practices that held society together. The parallel to colonial experiences with epidemic disease is obvious. But Thucydides is teaching a larger lesson about fragility, about how quickly civilization can collapse when the assumptions supporting it are undermined. The Athenian debates about the Sicilian expedition are equally instructive. Alcibiades argues for the invasion with appeals to ambition and glory. Nicias, the cautious commander, warns against overextension. The assembly, swayed by Alcibiades' charisma and their own imperial appetites, votes for disaster. Everything Nicias predicts comes true. The expedition fails catastrophically, draining Athens of men and ships, ultimately leading to its defeat by Sparta. You're learning to recognize patterns, how rhetoric can mislead, how collective decisions can be worse than individual ones, and how success can breed the arrogance that leads to failure. The classical historians are pessimistic teachers, but their pessimism feels earned, built on actual observation of how societies work and fail. There's a particular poignancy to reading about Rome's fall while living in colonies that are increasingly conscious of themselves as potentially separate from Britain. The Roman historians describe how peripheries break away from weakening centres, how provinces begin thinking of themselves as distinct entities with interests separate from the metropolis. It's a gradual process, cultural first, then administrative, and finally political. Your reading assignment includes examining the late Roman practice of dividing the empire into eastern and western halves. The eastern half, centred on Constantinople, survived for another 1,000 years. The western half collapsed within a century. Why? The historians offer multiple explanations: better defensible borders, a more vibrant economy, and less pressure from barbarian migrations. But there's also a cultural element. The East maintained administrative coherence while the West fragmented. The class discusses whether Britain and its colonies might be experiencing something similar: two halves of an empire with increasingly divergent interests and identities. Your tutor warns against pushing the parallel too far, but nobody can entirely ignore it. You read Plutarch's life of Cato the Younger, the senator who opposed Caesar to the end and chose suicide rather than live under tyranny. Cato becomes a particular fascination in colonial education. The man who preferred death to dishonour, who maintained principle when everyone else was compromising. He's held up as an exemplar of virtue, though Plutarch himself notes that Cato's rigid principles sometimes made him ineffective, that his virtue was too inflexible for the messy realities of politics. The warning here cuts both ways. Unprincipled compromise leads to tyranny, but inflexible principle can prevent the practical measures needed to preserve freedom. The balance is delicate, perhaps impossible to maintain indefinitely. You're assigned to write an essay examining why Rome fell from republic to empire. The answers are multiple and overlapping. Corruption of virtue, growth of inequality, concentration of wealth, standing armies, erosion of traditional restraints, factional violence, external pressures, and the impossibility of maintaining republican institutions while governing an empire. Your conclusion is grim. Perhaps republics can't last. Perhaps they contain the seeds of their own destruction, growing naturally toward empire and collapse. Perhaps the question isn't how to prevent this, but how to delay it. How to enjoy republican liberty for as long as possible, while accepting its eventual end. Your tutor returns the essay with extensive comments. "You've learned the lesson too well," he writes. "Yes, all republics have failed. But this does not mean all republics must fail. The study of history is meant to warn us, but also to equip us. We know the dangers. We can perhaps avoid them. It's a more optimistic reading than you'd managed, but you're not entirely convinced. The historical record seems pretty clear. Republics die. The only question is how and when. Still, the warnings matter. You're internalising a catalogue of dangers: luxury, inequality, standing armies, faction, corruption, loss of virtue, imperial overreach, mob rule, and tyranny disguised as order. The classical historians have documented these threats exhaustively, showing how they work, how they interact, and how they ultimately destroy free government. If colonists do eventually create their own republic, they'll do so with these warnings ringing in their ears. Whether that knowledge will help them avoid Rome's fate remains to be seen, but at least they can't claim ignorance. The classical education has made the dangers painfully clear. As you close Gibbon for the evening, one passage sticks with you. The decline of Rome was the natural and inevitable effect of immoderate greatness. Prosperity ripened the principle of decay. The causes of destruction multiplied with the extent of conquest, and as soon as time or accident had removed the artificial supports, the stupendous fabric yielded to the pressure of its own weight. Everything contains the seeds of its own destruction. Success breeds the conditions for failure. Nothing lasts forever. These are the lessons classical history teaches, over and over, in example after example. You're 24 years old. You're living through what will turn out to be revolutionary times, and your classical education has equipped you with a profound skepticism about humanity's capacity to sustain free government. It's not a cheerful conclusion, but it feels like wisdom hard won from the study of actual human experience across centuries. The lamp burns low. Tomorrow there will be more reading, more warnings from the past, and more attempts to extract lessons from the ruins of dead civilizations. For tonight, you sleep with the weight of history heavy on your mind, wondering whether the patterns are truly inevitable or whether, somehow, knowing the patterns might help break them. The morning's Latin class proceeds normally until Sarah's question stops everything cold. She's been attending classes quietly for weeks, one of the few women whose family could afford private classical education and who insisted on actually using it. Her question is simple and devastating. Why haven't we read any women authors? The silence that follows is profound. Your tutor, a minister usually quick with answers, looks genuinely uncomfortable. There are few classical texts by women that survived, he finally manages. The ancients did not generally educate women for public life, and thus, Sappho survived, Sarah interrupts quietly. Fragments anyway, but we haven't read her. We've spent months on Horace's drinking songs, but nothing on Sappho's poetry. She's right, of course. You've spent years in classical education without seriously engaging with women's perspectives, experiences, or contributions. It's such a complete absence that you barely noticed it until someone pointed it out. The tutor promises to add Sappho to the curriculum, and he does, but it's a tiny addition to a vast edifice built entirely from male perspectives, and this is just the most obvious gap. You've studied Roman law extensively, the 12 tables, legal principles, and the evolution of jurisprudence. You know which Roman laws apply to citizens, to non-citizens, and to slaves, but you've never seriously questioned the fundamental structure, the fact that vast populations were excluded from legal protections entirely. The classical republics you've been taught to admire were slave societies. Athens, Rome, their vaunted freedom rested on systematic unfreedom for others. You've read Aristotle's defense of slavery as natural, his claim that some people are born to serve others. You've seen how Roman writers discuss slaves as property, tools that happen to speak. Your education has presented this as historical fact without encouraging you to examine its moral implications or to recognise its parallel to colonial slavery. The same plantation owners who build in classical style and quote Cicero own human beings. The irony is rarely discussed. You're also starting to notice what's missing in the political philosophy you've studied. The classical texts focus almost entirely on the governing of cities, on small republics where citizens know each other and can gather in assembly. But the colonies are vast, spread across hundreds of miles. The scale is entirely different from anything Athens or Rome dealt with in their republican periods. The classical authors have no good answers for governing large territories while maintaining republican liberty. Their solution, empire, is exactly what colonists are trying to avoid. There's a real gap between the political wisdom you've been taught and the practical problems you're facing. Similarly, the economic thought in classical texts is pre-commercial in ways that make it increasingly irrelevant. The ancients despised trade and commerce as corrupting. They valued agriculture as the only honest way to earn wealth. But colonial America is becoming a commercial society, dependent on trade, increasingly urban and mercantile. The classical prejudice against commerce creates tension with colonial reality. You've been taught to value rural simplicity and view merchants with suspicion, but the actual economy depends on merchants, trade networks, and commercial development. You're beginning to recognise these limitations not because your education encouraged critical examination of classical sources, but because reality keeps contradicting what the texts teach. The reverence for ancient wisdom sometimes prevents questioning the wisdom's applicability. There's also the Christianity problem, rarely stated directly but always present. You're being educated in pagan texts, learning from philosophers and historians who knew nothing of Christian revelation. The tension between classical and Christian worldviews runs through everything. Some tutors try to harmonise them, arguing that classical virtue and Christian virtue align, and that Plato anticipated Christian truths. Others maintain careful separation, classics for this world, Christianity for the next. But the potential conflict is real. Christian teaching emphasises humility, forgiveness, and otherworldly focus. Classical teaching emphasises pride in excellence, justice as retribution, and civic engagement in this world. You've spent hundreds of hours studying pagan authors who believed in fate, in cyclical time, and in the impossibility of fundamental progress. Christianity teaches providence, linear history moving toward redemption, and the possibility of transformation. These are not easily reconciled. The education also has class limitations built deep into its structure. Classical learning requires years of study, expensive books, and freedom from manual labour. It's education for gentlemen, for people with leisure and resources. The content reinforces this. Classical authors generally despise manual labour, assuming that free people don't work with their hands. This creates a gulf between the classically educated and everyone else. You can read Latin and Greek, quote Cicero, and recognise architectural orders. Your neighbour, a skilled craftsman and intelligent citizen, lacks these accomplishments but possesses practical knowledge you lack entirely. Classical education has given you cultural capital, but also a kind of blindness to other forms of knowledge and worth. You're also noticing how the focus on ancient texts sometimes prevents engagement with contemporary thought. You've spent years studying what Greeks and Romans said about politics, but less time on current political philosophy being written in Europe. Classical education looks backward with such intensity that it can miss important present developments. The emphasis on rhetoric and persuasion, while valuable, has its own dangers. You've been trained to argue either side of a question, to make weak arguments appear strong. This is powerful intellectual training, but it can produce a kind of cynicism, a sense that truth matters less than persuasive presentation. Some students become sophists in the original sense, people who care more about winning arguments than about truth. The classical rhetorical tradition, for all its virtues, sometimes encourages this. You've seen classmates deploy perfect rhetorical techniques in defence of positions they don't actually believe and couldn't rationally justify. There's also a geography problem. Your education focuses intensely on Mediterranean civilizations, while largely ignoring other parts of the world. You know details of Roman provincial administration, but little about Chinese philosophy, Islamic contributions to mathematics and science, or African political systems. The classical focus creates a kind of tunnel vision where civilization means Greece and Rome, and everywhere else is darkness. You've been taught that civilization declined after Rome fell, entering dark ages that lasted until classical learning was recovered in the Renaissance. But this is mostly a Western European perspective. Other civilizations continued developing throughout this period. Classical education's focus on Mediterranean antiquity sometimes prevents seeing this larger picture. The native peoples whose land the colonies occupy are almost entirely absent from your education. You've learned detailed histories of ancient Gaul, but nothing systematic about the complex societies and political systems of the people being displaced. Classical education provides no framework for understanding or engaging with these cultures. These limitations are becoming more apparent as you mature, as reality insists on being more complex than the classical texts suggest. The education has given you valuable tools, linguistic skill, rhetorical training, historical knowledge, and architectural literacy. But it's also given you blind spots, prejudices, and gaps in understanding that you're only beginning to recognise. The question is whether the next generation's education will address these limitations, or simply reproduce them. Will classical education evolve, or will its reverence for ancient sources prevent the kind of critical examination that might reveal its gaps? You don't have answers, only a growing awareness that the education you've received, for all its undeniable value, is partial, limited, and built on exclusions and assumptions that deserve questioning. As you work through another translation that evening, Virgil's Aeneid, that great epic of empire and destiny, you find yourself reading differently. You're still appreciating the poetry, still noting the rhetorical techniques, still absorbing the political lessons, but you're also noting what's absent, what's assumed, and what's excluded. Dido, the brilliant queen, reduced to a tragic love interest. Slaves are mentioned casually as background. Destiny was imagined entirely in terms of Roman conquest. The classical education continues and will continue, shaping minds for generations to come. But you're beginning to see both its power and its limitations, its gifts and its costs. It's made you literate in a particular tradition and fluent in a certain language of thought and expression. It's also constrained your vision in ways you're only starting to recognise. The lamp burns late as always. Tomorrow, more Latin, more rhetoric, and more engagement with texts that are both timeless and time-bound, both wisdom and limitation. You'll absorb what they offer while increasingly aware of what they don't. You're 47 now, sitting in Philadelphia during the Continental Congress debates, and you're watching classical education shape everything happening in this room. The chamber is thick with references to ancient republics. Someone quotes Cato, someone else references Roman precedent. The debate structure follows classical rhetorical patterns you learned decades ago. Even the architecture of the room, the symmetry, the proportions, the understated dignity, speaks in the grammar of classical design, but something subtler is happening too. The mental habits classical education instilled are operating at a level deeper than conscious reference. You can see it in how delegates approach problems, structure arguments, and make decisions. First, there's the habit of historical analogy. Nobody proposes something entirely new. Every suggestion is tested against historical precedent, usually classical. Should we create a standing army? Well, what happened when Rome did? Should we balance state and federal power? Let's examine Greek leagues and Roman provincial administration. The past isn't just reference material, it's the primary tool for thinking about the future. This has advantages and limitations. The The historical grounding prevents wild experimentation and encourages learning from others' mistakes, but it can also constrain imagination, making it hard to see possibilities that have no ancient precedent. Second, there's the habit of seeing politics as moral drama. Classical education, especially through Plutarch and the Roman historians, taught you to evaluate political actors primarily through character assessment. Is this leader virtuous or corrupt? Does he exemplify civic duty or personal ambition? The biographical focus of classical education makes everything about individual character. You watch this play out constantly. Debates about policy become debates about the moral qualities of the people proposing them. It's not enough for an argument to be logical. The person making it must also demonstrate virtue. This is very Roman, very consistent with how Tacitus and Sallust analyse politics. Whether it's the best framework for evaluating complex policy questions is another matter. Third, there's a particular relationship to written texts that classical education inculcated. Years of translating, analysing and memorising authoritative works created a deep respect for written constitutions, legal documents and carefully crafted language. When delegates debate the exact wording of documents, when they argue about whether particular phrasing will bear particular interpretations, they're drawing on habits formed through classical textual study. The assumption that written words can constrain power, that proper phrasing can create stable institutions, this comes partly from classical legal tradition, from Roman respect for law, and from Greek attention to constitutional structure. Whether words on paper can actually accomplish what classical education suggests, they can remains to be tested. Fourth, there's the rhetorical habit of arguing both sides. Classical training in debate means everyone here can construct plausible arguments for positions they don't hold. This creates a particular kind of discourse, sophisticated, measured, but sometimes also slippery. You can never be quite sure whether someone is expressing genuine conviction or simply demonstrating rhetorical skill. This has made the debates here remarkably thoughtful. People genuinely engage with opposing arguments, steelmen rather than strawmen, and take seriously the strongest case against their own positions. But it also sometimes produces a kind of paralysis, an inability to act decisively, because every position has been argued so thoroughly that its weaknesses seem overwhelming. Fifth, there's a subtle classism built into the whole enterprise. Everyone in this room has a classical education. It's a shared language, a mark of membership in the governing class. When someone quotes Cicero in Latin, he's not just making a rhetorical point, he's demonstrating that he belongs, that he's qualified to participate in this conversation. The farmers and merchants and artisans who'll fight the revolution, who'll staff the army and support independence, don't have this education. They're not in this room. Classical learning has created a kind of aristocracy of education, and it's shaping who gets to participate in creating the new government. You notice how delegates structure their arguments: exordium, narratio, confirmatio, confutatio, and peroratio. The classical rhetorical pattern is so ingrained that people follow it unconsciously. It creates a certain kind of speech, formal, structured, and building systematically toward conclusions. It's effective for careful reasoning, but perhaps less so for emotional appeal or quick decision-making. The assumption that good government requires learned citizens is everywhere in these debates. Nobody questions whether classical education should be expanded or whether other forms of knowledge might be equally valuable. The model is Republican Rome, where educated citizens made informed decisions about public affairs. That this excluded most of Rome's population is recognised but not seen as disqualifying the model. You're also watching the limitations of classical political theory become apparent in practice. The ancient republics were small, direct democracies or close to it. Scaling up to continental governance requires innovations the classics don't provide. The delegates are improvising, using classical principles as starting points, but necessarily going beyond them. The tension between classical admiration and American necessity creates interesting results. Someone proposes an elected executive, something Rome notably failed with. Someone else suggests a federal structure more complex than anything in classical precedent. The classical education provides vocabulary and concepts, but the actual solutions have to be invented. There's also the question of virtue that haunts everything. Classical political theory assumes republican government requires virtuous citizens. But how do you ensure virtue? Classical education is supposed to help, but it's available only to the few. The assumption that the educated few can govern on behalf of the many is very Roman, but whether it's compatible with democratic principles is questionable. You notice how often delegates reference their personal reading. As I was reading Polybius last winter, in Montesquieu's treatment of Roman law, the assumption that governance requires continuous study, that leaders should be simultaneously scholars, is deeply embedded. It comes from the classical ideal of the philosopher-statesman, the leader who is also a thinker. Whether actual governance works this way is debatable. The classical texts emphasized education and contemplation, but real politics involves compromise, coalition building, and responding to immediate pressures. The gap between classical ideals and practical necessity is widening as the revolution proceeds. The architectural metaphor keeps recurring in debates. Government needs foundations, structures, balance, and support. This is partly classical rhetorical convention, but it also reflects how classical education taught people to think through architectural principles: proportion, balance, load distribution, and stability. Political systems are imagined as buildings that need to be properly designed. The habit of looking to first principles, instilled through years of studying classical philosophy, shapes how delegates approach problems. Rather than simply addressing immediate issues, there's constant pressure to derive positions from foundational principles. This creates more coherent political theory, but also sometimes produces inflexibility. You're watching the classical education you received decades ago work through an entire generation simultaneously. These aren't isolated individuals drawing on ancient wisdom. It's a collective pattern, a shared framework that makes communication possible, but also constrains what can be imagined. The debate over representation illustrates this perfectly. The classical models are limited: direct democracy in Athens, oligarchic Senate in Rome. Representation as we're trying to develop it has few good classical precedents, yet delegates keep reaching for Roman analogies and Greek examples, trying to fit new solutions into classical frameworks. This produces both creativity and confusion. The classical education provides tools but also creates blinders. Everyone's looking at the same ancient texts, which means everyone has similar conceptual resources but also similar gaps. The assumption that history is cyclical, that republics inevitably decline, creates a strange fatalism in some delegates. They're trying to create lasting institutions while believing, based on classical history, that all republics fail. The classical education has taught them to expect decline even as they work to prevent it. You see young men in the gallery taking notes, absorbing these debates as part of their own education. The next generation will learn classical languages and texts, and will read the same historians and philosophers. The habits being formed here will be transmitted forward, shaping American political culture for generations. But already you can see how the classical framework is being adapted, modified, and stretched beyond what the ancients imagined. The reverence for classical sources coexists with the necessity of innovation. The result is a hybrid, classical in language and reference, but American in application and aspiration. As the session ends and delegates file out, you overhear snatches of conversation in Latin, references to Livy and Tacitus, and comparisons to Roman precedents. The classical education that began with tedious grammar exercises in cold schoolrooms has culminated here, in a room full of men trying to build a republic that might avoid Rome's fate. Whether they'll succeed is unknown. Whether classical education has truly prepared them for this task is debatable. But the habits remain. The historical thinking, the moral framework, the rhetorical patterns, the textual reverence and the architectural imagination. For better and worse, classical education has shaped the minds attempting to shape a nation. The evening settles over Philadelphia. Tomorrow there will be more debates, more classical references, and more attempts to build something new from ancient materials. The lamp of learning, lit in Greece and Rome, tended through centuries, brought across the ocean, continues burning in this new world, illuminating efforts to create a republic that might somehow transcend the patterns history suggests are inevitable. You head to your lodgings through streets that are beginning to look more Roman with each passing year. Classical facades, ordered proportions, and the visual language of Republican aspiration. The classical education that filled your youth has filled your life, shaping how you think, what you value, and how you imagine the possible. And now, as you prepare for sleep in a city that's becoming the birthplace of a new nation, you reflect on what those long ago grammar exercises, those tedious translations and those endless memorizations have ultimately produced. Not just knowledge of the ancient world, but habits of mind that persist across decades, shaping not just individual thought but collective political culture. The pattern continues. Students study Latin and Greek. They read the historians and philosophers. They absorb the architecture and rhetoric, and they emerge with mental furniture arranged in distinctly classical patterns, prepared to think about politics, virtue, and citizenship in ways that would be recognizable to an educated Roman of the late Republic. Whether this is entirely good is a question you've pondered for years without resolving. The classical education has gifts and limitations, wisdom and blindness, enabling insights and constraining vision. It's made the revolution thinkable by providing language and precedent for challenging monarchy. But it's also imported assumptions about class, slavery and virtue that may prove problematic. The habits remain, transmitted from generation to generation, shaping American thought in ways both profound and subtle. As you drift towards sleep, you can still hear those long-ago declensions, can still see those grammar exercises, and can still feel the weight of those heavy Latin texts. They're part of you now, woven into how you think, as permanent as memory itself. The classical education of early America, with all its rigour and its gaps, its wisdom and its blindness, its gifts and its costs, continues shaping minds, building mental architecture that will influence how Americans think about government, citizenship and virtue for generations to come. The lamp burns on, fueled by texts that have survived empires and crossed oceans, casting light that is both illuminating and, occasionally, casting shadows where perhaps other light might better serve. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work, scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra, in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips, not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly, not yet, but they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be, more robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area, where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The largest structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths. They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge, too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf. There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new. not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognise its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, you toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way. They're this way. Now, it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 50 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally. Not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby, looking for scraps. It hops close to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay, because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, The spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties. Sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother. But the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh. Quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals, but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognize it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon, you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here. Not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing, producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other two puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills, they tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements, and when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about a year and a half old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable, and while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey, it still maintains some distance, it still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that, carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf, and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. Whitechest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. Whitechest goes very still, This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then Whitechest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. Whitechest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since Whitechest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. Whitechest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. Whitechest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, Whitechest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. Whitechest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, Whitechest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, Whitechest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, Whitechest has learned to wait for its share of the kill, rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. Whitechest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, Whitechest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with Whitechest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. Whitechest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, Whitechest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with Whitechest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, Whitechest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, Whitechest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements Whitechest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. Whitechest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as Whitechest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than Whitechest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. It's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association, it's home, it's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. Two are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Whitechest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since Whitechest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not one or two wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. Whitechest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But Whitechest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat Whitechest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. But the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns. Awake when humans are awake. Sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies, from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like White Chest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? White Chest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. White Chest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach White Chest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about White Chest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes: honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. White Chest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership White Chest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of White Chest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one, two futures, diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, In that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalized that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances, but the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots, still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that, during a harsh winter with severe food shortages, kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately, the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing White Chest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have. And one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation, from wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out, the same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course. They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioral adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia and will continue long into whatever future awaits. Now, if you will, imagine that your great-great-great times 1,000 grandmother is sitting around a fire some 40,000 years ago, and she has just created the most groundbreaking technology of her era. No, it won't be the wheel for another 35,000 years. She has discovered a way to leave meaningful marks on cave walls. Prior to this point, human knowledge was like water attempting to survive in a sieve. Entire libraries of knowledge just vanished into the smoky prehistoric air whenever an elder passed away. Imagine having no other way to transmit that knowledge than through the delicate telephone game of human memory. Imagine being the one who knew exactly which berries wouldn't kill you, which animal tracks meant dinner versus which meant you were about to become dinner, or how to track mammoth migration patterns across seasons. Remember, your forefathers weren't sluggish. Their brains were identical to ours in every way, including their ability to think abstractly and solve challenging problems. They simply did not have the convenience of filing systems, post-it notes, or even the most basic written reminder. They created extremely complex oral traditions, transforming vital survival knowledge into stories, songs, and rituals that could be remembered for weeks on end, much like particularly memorable commercial jingles. These oral traditions were amazing examples of human creativity, epic poetry that masqueraded as heroes' journeys and included intricate geographic details. There were songs that communicated water source locations over great distances. Children were taught which plants to stay away from through stories that incorporated the knowledge into enduring tales of fantastical animals and perilous adventures. Each person carried a wealth of knowledge essential to the survival of their community, transforming the human mind into a living library. However, even the most talented storyteller couldn't be everywhere at once, and memories, bless them, have a way of adding their own artistic flourishes over time. To understand the difficulty our ancestors faced in preserving precise information across generations, try playing telephone at a dinner party. Over time, the recipe for a life-saving medication could evolve into a tale of magical medicinal herbs that could only be grown during a full moon. The first breakthrough occurred when someone understood that a handprint on a cave wall could mean more than just Una was here. It could mean Una herself, even when she wasn't there. Let's call her Una because history forgot to record her name, which is deliciously ironic when you think about it. The ability to make the absent present, impart permanence to the transient, and build a bridge across time so that one moment could speak to another was the pinnacle of magic. Consider the mental leap that this signified. Una needed to realize that a static mark could represent a moving person, that a flat image could represent a three-dimensional person, and that a permanent symbol could represent a transient human presence. Without any prior examples to guide her, she was effectively creating the idea of symbolic representation from the ground up. Cave walls quickly evolved into the first social media sites ever used by humans. Images of horses, bison, and the occasional self-portrait of a cave artist who was quite proud of their hunting skills were interspersed with hand stencils. But these weren't just old Instagram posts. They were the first attempts by humanity to say, "This happened. We were here. This matters. Remember us." Not only were the caves at Lascaux, Chauvet and Altamira art galleries, but they also represented the first attempts by humans to communicate permanently. The painters there realised something profound. Pictures could have deeper meanings than just their visual impact. Information about hunting methods, seasonal migration patterns, or the religious beliefs that governed the relationship between humans and animals may be included in a painting depicting a bison hunt. This is where things start to get intriguing, though. Simple representation wasn't enough for those early artists. They started to symbolise and abstract. A zigzag line could stand for lightning, water, or a river's course. The sun, the moon, or the idea of completeness could all be represented by a circle. Dots could stand for seeds, stars, or the concept of plurality. Before you knew it, people had discovered the groundbreaking notion that symbols could stand for concepts, ideas, and abstract relationships in addition to tangible objects. It's similar to when your dog discovers that the word walk can actually call forth leashes, excitement, and the prospect of adventure, in addition to describing the activity of moving on four legs. However, our ancestors received the foundation of civilization instead of tail wagging. These early symbol systems were not writing as we know it today, because they could not capture the full complexity of spoken language. However, this realization by humans was the pivotal first step, demonstrating that meaning could be permanently encoded and decoded by other minds, even though separated by great time and space. In ancient Mesopotamia, around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians are tackling a problem that would make any contemporary accountant cry with recognition: how to keep track of who owes what to whom when your economy is twice as dramatic and more complicated than a soap opera family tree. Agriculture may seem straightforward, but it's actually a highly intricate system of resource management, seasonal planning, and economic coordination that the Sumerians had perfected. Their temples collected offerings from hundreds of worshippers, provided daily rations to priests and workers, organised labour gangs for large-scale construction projects, and oversaw cross-continental trade networks that brought silver from Anatolia, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, and cedar wood from Lebanon. Try using just your memory and a few knots in string to keep track of all that. Something had to give because the Sumerian economy had expanded beyond human memory's ability to control. They would have to discover a method to expand human memory beyond the confines of the individual mind, or they would have to reduce their society to the level of a small village. The protagonist of our tale is an anonymous Sumerian bureaucrat who is most likely the archetypal counterpart of the person in your workplace who remembers everyone's birthdays, organises the supply closet without being asked, and actually reads the terms and conditions. This administrative whiz thought, there has to be a better way, after observing the disarray of record keeping. The initial attempts were exquisitely basic. Tiny tokens made of clay, each signifying a certain amount of a particular good. A sheep is worth 1 token, a bushel of barley is worth another, and an oil jar is worth a third. To represent real transactions, these tokens could be transferred, counted, and stored. You could give someone 10 sheep tokens if you owed them 10 sheep. And the debt was noted in a way that was more flexible than engraving marks on stone, but more permanent than memory. Tokens, however, had their own issues. They were tiny, challenging to store securely, and prone to being misplaced. The discovery was made that it was possible to permanently record the meaning of the tokens by pressing them into clay tablets, rather than storing them loose. The tangible tokens turned into clay impressions and writing appeared out of nowhere. They developed cuneiform, which is a system of wedge-shaped marks that are pressed into clay tablets using a reed stylus. The literal meaning of cuneiform is wedge-shaped, which reveals all about Sumerian priorities. They were pragmatic individuals who named their writing system after the mark's shape, rather than after cosmic principles or gods. The Sumerians soon realised they were onto something more significant than livestock inventories, even though it began beautifully simple. 1 sheep equals 1 mark, 10 sheep equals 10 marks. and 50 sheep equals a different mark that meant many sheep. In the future, the system could represent the sounds of words that referred to things, in addition to quantities of things. Imagine the moment when a scribe, likely working through the night with flickering lamplight, discovered that the symbol for barley could also stand for the sound she, because that was how barley was pronounced in Sumerian. It was like learning that Lego blocks could create not just spaceships and castles, but whole worlds of emotion, abstract thought, and imagination. All of a sudden, you could write abstract concepts like shepherd by fusing the symbol for barley, for the sound she, with the symbol for man. After this phonetic discovery, cuneiform evolved from a basic accounting system to a complete writing system that could represent any spoken idea. The ramifications were astounding. You could write not just 10 sheep, but the shepherd who tends 10 sheep is my brother, and he lives beyond the hill where the barley grows tall, in the spring rains, for the first time in human history. At first look, the clay tablets that emerge from this discovery are delightfully ordinary. These old spreadsheets conceal the seeds of literature, law, and human expression, but the majority of them read like the most dull email inbox in the world. Received 3 bushels of barley from Enlil Bani. Due 2 sheep by the new moon. Witnessed by Ur-Nammu. One of the most prestigious occupations in human history was that of the scribes who produced these tablets. Acquiring knowledge of cuneiform was akin to mastering an ancient language, accounting software and artistic technique all at once. There were intricate grammatical rules to learn, hundreds of symbols to commit to memory, and professional standards to uphold. These individuals knew they were engaging in magic because they were the first to actually solidify thoughts and turn spoken words into permanent objects. Is it understandable that they developed a sense of professional pride that bordered on overconfidence? They were the defenders of civilization itself. Contracts, laws, literature, and history would all be impossible without scribes. They served as a tangible link between their society's memory and eternity. Young men spent years copying classical texts, honing their handwriting, and acquiring the sophisticated legal and mathematical knowledge necessary for professional administration at Sumerian scribe schools, which resembled medieval monasteries. They preserved this tale of friendship, mortality, and the pursuit of meaning for future generations by copying the Epic of Gilgamesh, humanity's first monumental literary masterpiece, thousands of times. The ancient Egyptians were creating their own method of permanent communication, while the Sumerians were busy refining their wedge-shaped filing system. And because they were Egyptians, they decided to make it utterly beautiful. Why settle for something that works when you can make something that will amaze for 5,000 years? Around the same time as cuneiform, hieroglyphics appeared. However, Egyptian hieroglyphs resembled the most intricate picture book in the world, whereas Sumerian writing appeared as though someone had been piercing clay with a very methodical fork. Every symbol was a miniature artwork, eyes that followed you with age-old wisdom, birds that appeared ready to take flight, and human figures that posed with such dignity that even grocery lists appeared to be statements of cosmic significance. The definition of hieroglyph, which literally translates to sacred carving, provides all the information you require about the Egyptians' perspective on their writing system. This was more than just useful communication. It was a gift from God, a conduit between the world of the gods and the mortal world, a means of engaging with the eternal through writing. According to Egyptian creation myths, the ibis-headed god of wisdom Thoth created hieroglyphs after noticing the footprints that birds made in the mud along the Nile. The idea that writing started because someone noticed that movement could leave permanent traces and that life could inscribe itself on the landscape is a lovely one, regardless of whether you believe in divine inspiration. Thoth, who is said to have invented writing and functioned as the scribe of the gods, was so revered by Egyptian scribes that they had their own patron deity. Imagine working in a profession so esteemed that it was believed the gods themselves practiced it. The instruction of dwarf from ancient Egypt asserts that scribes are the best at what they do. There is no trade without a director except that of the scribe. He is the director. However, the intricacy of hieroglyphs would make contemporary computer programmers cry. Depending on the situation, the same symbol may stand for a word, sound, or concept. A picture of a house could stand for house, the sound PR, or something related to domestic life in general. In addition to literacy, reading hieroglyphs required a sort of visual puzzle solving that required years of practice and a mind that could suspend several possible meanings until the context clarified the intended meaning. With typical Egyptian flair, the Egyptians came up with 3 distinct writing systems, each tailored to a particular set of social contexts and purposes. In order to impress the gods and future generations, Egyptians used hieroglyphs for important religious or monumental texts. For common religious and administrative documents, hieratic, which means priestly, refers to hieroglyphs written in cursive, which are quicker to write while still retaining the dignity required for official business. Later, Egyptian writing adopted demotic, which means of the people, for both personal and professional correspondence. It's similar to using different writing systems for grocery lists, office memos, and wedding invitations. Realistic? Maybe not in terms of effectiveness. Classy? Of course. The Egyptians realised that different forms of communication required varying degrees of aesthetic appeal, that the medium was an integral part of the message, and that writing was about honouring information rather than merely preserving it. In ancient Egypt, becoming a scribe was akin to joining a sacred order. In addition to learning how to write, young boys, and sometimes girls, though this was uncommon, would spend years in scribal schools learning how to mix inks, prepare papyrus, and make the exquisite reed pens that enabled hieroglyphic writing. They practiced by learning grammar and mathematics, copying classical texts, and honing the exact hand-eye coordination needed to produce beautiful and readable symbols. In addition to writing, Egyptian scribes served as the pharaoh's confidants, administrators of the empire, law enforcers, and historians. They oversaw the intricate irrigation systems that enabled Egyptian agriculture, planned the enormous building projects that produced the temples and pyramids, and kept up the diplomatic correspondence that allowed Egypt to remain in touch with the outside world. Egyptian writing was as beautiful as its instruments. Papyrus was a smooth, flexible writing surface that could be rolled into scrolls for convenient storage and transportation. It was made from the pith of papyrus plants, which grew along the Nile. The delicate curves and fine lines that characterized hieroglyphic writing were made possible by reed pens, which were carved from marsh plants and precisely shaped to hold ink. Rich blacks and vivid reds could be produced with ink made from soot and plant gums, which would stay readable and clear for millennia. Most significantly, though, Egyptian writing was intended to be permanent. Egyptian hieroglyphs were carved into stone temples and tombs with the express purpose of remaining forever, whereas Sumerian cuneiform tablets were prone to breaking or crumbling, and many other ancient writing systems have completely vanished. The Egyptians held that writing could grant immortality, and that a part of oneself persisted in the world as long as one's name could be read. Our story now takes a turn that would be proudly featured in any underdog sports film. A small group of people in the Eastern Mediterranean were on the verge of unintentionally revolutionizing human communication forever, while the Egyptians were perfecting their beautiful complexity, and the Mesopotamians were growing their empire based on wedges. The Phoenicians weren't academics, they were traders. They were the equivalent of that friend who always knows where to get the best bargains in the ancient world, except instead of selling cheap electronics, they dealt in purple dye that was worth more than gold, cedar wood so fine that it was used in kings' temples, and silver so pure that it became the benchmark for value throughout the Mediterranean. They required a portable, easily learned and effective writing system. Cuneiform required too much specialized equipment, hieroglyphs were too complicated for fast business records, and, to be honest, they had no time for either when there were fortunes to be made in every port from Spain to the Black Sea. Living in a practical era, the Phoenicians were pragmatic individuals. Their cities, Tyre, Sidon and Byblos, were erected on slender coastal plains with their faces toward the sea and their backs to the mountains. They had to trade in order to survive because they couldn't produce enough food to sustain large populations. Additionally, contracts, correspondence and record-keeping that were comprehensible despite linguistic and cultural barriers were necessary for successful trade. Therefore, the most elegant act of simplification in human history was carried out by a brilliant Phoenician merchant around 1200 BCE. Let's imagine him as the ancient equivalent of someone who unintentionally revolutionizes storage technology and finds a better way to organize their garage. The Phoenicians produced only 22 symbols, each of which represented a single consonant sound, as opposed to hundreds of symbols that represented words, sounds, and concepts. That's all. No images of birds that, depending on the context, could mean bird, fly, or freedom. There are no abstract ideas that take years of study to grasp. There was no divine symbolism that linked writing to cosmic laws. Any word in their language could be represented by combining just 22 basic marks. it was incredibly useful. Instead of the years needed to learn cuneiform or hieroglyphs, a merchant's child could learn the entire system in months. The symbols were easy enough to paint onto wooden boards, scratch into pottery, or swiftly carve into stone. The most revolutionary aspect of the system was its adaptability and logic, which allowed it to be used to write entirely different languages. The Phoenician alphabet was straightforward, effective, and highly adaptable, making it comparable to the Swiss Army knife of writing systems. Once you mastered the 22 letters, you could write any word you could pronounce, because each letter stood for a distinct sound. There was no need for costly materials or specialised training, no need to memorise hundreds of symbols, and no need for complicated grammar rules encoded in the writing system itself. It's likely that the Phoenicians were unaware that they had just given humanity the secret to widespread literacy. Their only goals were to improve business records, expedite correspondence, and shorten the time needed to train new scribes. However, Phoenician traders brought their alphabet to every port where they conducted business, and it quickly spread like the most popular viral video in the ancient world. The Phoenician system only marked consonant sounds, leaving readers to infer the vowels from context. It would be like reading BTT cheese S and knowing it means buy the house. This worked well in Semitic languages like Phoenician and Hebrew, where the consonants carry the majority of the meaning, but it was problematic for Greek, where vowel sounds were essential for comprehension. Greek traders commented, "This is brilliant, but it could use some improvements." Thus, the Greeks added vowels to the Phoenician alphabet, which may be the most significant change in writing history. The Greeks used those letters to stand in for vowel sounds, because some Phoenician consonants were not present in Greek. The Greek alpha, and our letter A, was derived from the Phoenician aleph, the Greek beta, and our letter B, and so forth. Vowels were added to the alphabet, making it much more accurate and simpler to learn. Readers could see the precise pronunciation of words, rather than having to guess the missing vowel sounds. Because of its accuracy, the Greek alphabet was ideal for recording not only business transactions but also intricate literary works like poetry and philosophy, where precise wording was crucial. Through their interactions with Greek colonies in southern Italy, the Romans came into contact with the Greek alphabet and recognised its potential for use in law and administration right away. By standardising the alphabet throughout their empire and using it to produce the administrative and legal documents that bound their enormous territories together, Roman efficiency transformed the alphabet into an instrument of empire. And that Latin script, perfected and refined by Roman scribes and bureaucrats, it is currently being read by you. The 26 letters that you see on your keyboard are direct descendants of those 22 Phoenician consonants. They were altered by Greek creativity and Roman pragmatism, and were passed down through centuries and continents to reach the page or screen in front of you. The success of the alphabet was neither inevitable nor instantaneous. It coexisted with various writing systems for centuries, each with unique benefits. For more than a millennium following the invention of the alphabet, cuneiform continued to be the language of scholarship and diplomacy in Mesopotamia. Up until the Roman era, hieroglyphs were still utilised in Egypt for religious and ceremonial purposes. The fact that Chinese characters evolved on their own and are still in use today shows that there are other options for solving the writing problem besides the alphabet. One significant benefit of the alphabet, however, was that it significantly reduced the barrier to literacy. A person could become functionally literate in months, as opposed to years of learning hundreds or thousands of symbols. As a result, writing was no longer the sole domain of affluent elites and professional scribes. Soldiers, artisans, merchants, and eventually common people could all learn to read and write. Writing remained the domain of specialists for approximately a millennium following the adoption of the alphabet. But these specialists were far more numerous than in the past. Books were rare, expensive, and handwritten. They were like owning an original Picasso, except that the Picasso was a copy of Aristotle's ethical ideas, and it took a monk 3 years to make while surviving in a cold stone monastery on bread and weak ale. Based on the Latin words manus, which means hand, and scriptus, which means written, this was the era of the manuscript. Letter by letter, word by word, page by page, each book was literally written by hand. A single book was worth months or years of human labour due to the labour-intensive nature of the process, making each volume extremely valuable. The improbable stewards of human knowledge turned out to be medieval monasteries. Imagine Brother Benedict bent over his writing desk in a scriptorium, a special room used for copying manuscripts, carefully copying the writings of ancient philosophers, as his back ached from hours of painstaking, exacting work and his fingers gradually turned blue from the cold. In their meticulously copied books, these monks preserved everything from agricultural methods to mathematical theorems to theological arguments, making them more than just scribes. They were the first backup hard drives of human civilization. It was almost supernatural how much work it took to create a medieval manuscript. Initially, you needed parchment or vellum, which required weeks of meticulous preparation using the skins of dozens of animals, such as goats, sheep, or calves. To produce a smooth, long-lasting writing surface, the skins needed to be soaked, scraped, stretched, and lime-treated. 300 sheep's skins could be needed for one Bible. The creation of inks followed, some of which called for substances more unusual than anything found in a contemporary chemistry set. Gum arabic, iron sulfate, and oak galls, growths produced by wasp larvae, were used to make black ink. Cinnabar or red ochre were used to make the red ink that was used for chapter headings and significant passages. Real gold leaf was ground with gum and honey to create gold ink, which was saved for the most valuable writing. The writing itself necessitated specific instruments and methods. To hold ink and create accurate marks, quill pens, which were fashioned from the flight feathers of geese or swans, had to be precisely cut and shaped. Sand was used to blot excess ink and speed drying, and the scribe's desk was angled to avoid ink pooling. However, the illumination, the addition of ornamental elements that transformed every page into a work of art, was where the true artistry was found. Detailed initial letters that could include whole miniature landscapes, marginal decorations that told visual stories, and full-page illustrations that infused text with rich details and vibrant colours were all characteristics of illuminated manuscripts. Among the most exquisite items ever made by human hands are the most well-known illuminated manuscripts, such as the Book of Kells or the Très Riche Heures du Duc de Berry. Hundreds of hours of labour by talented artists employing methods that took decades to perfect are represented on each page. The pigments were made from vellum so fine it was almost translucent, gold leaf applied with brushes made from single hairs, and lapis lazuli imported from Afghanistan. It sounds romantic to say that each book was unique, but it also means that each one cost enough to wipe out a small kingdom. A complete collection of Aristotle's writings could cost more than a small farm, a single Bible could cost as much as a house, and even basic prayer books were luxury items only the wealthy could afford. Because of this scarcity, the majority of people continued to rely on memory, oral tradition, and the occasional helpful neighbour who could read, while the wealthy and the clergy continued to enjoy the privilege of literacy. However, something significant was taking place even in this secluded realm of handwritten books. In a way never seen before, knowledge was becoming portable. From monastery to monastery, a manuscript could spread concepts across centuries and continents. These meticulously reproduced books brought the writings of Greek philosophers, who had been preserved by Islamic scholars during the Dark Ages in Europe, back to Christian Europe. Through Thomas Aquinas' work, Aristotle's Physics, which was translated from Greek to Arabic to Latin, had an impact on Christian theology during the Middle Ages. Ptolemy's Geography, which has been reproduced and recopied for centuries, served as a guide for the exploration expeditions that brought Europeans to the New World. The scribes and monks who produced these manuscripts established a culture of knowledge preservation of their own. Each book became a dialogue across time as a result of the marginalia, comments and observations in the margins that they added. Reading a medieval manuscript today is similar to listening to a group of academics who are centuries apart debate the same text, adding their own interpretations and insights while also agreeing and disagreeing. While some of these side remarks are academic and sombre, others are surprisingly relatable and human. The weather, it's raining heavily outside the scriptorium, complaints about the cold, my hand is numb from writing, and even drawings of cats, which it seems medieval monks found just as adorable as we do today, can all be found in medieval manuscripts. New types of books with distinct functions also emerged during the manuscript era. Both clergy and lay people adopted the Psalter as their go-to prayer book because it contained the 150 biblical psalms. Among the most popular manuscripts for affluent people were books of hours, which contained prayers for various times of the day. Through their descriptions of mythical and real animals, bestiaries blended natural history with moral teaching in ways that were both entertaining and instructive. When universities first appeared in the 12th century, They brought with them new production techniques and demands for books. Multiple copies of the same text could be produced more quickly thanks to the piecere system, which divided text into sections that could be copied by multiple scribes at once. Although it still took months to produce a single book, this was the medieval equivalent of mass production. China had been subtly transforming the very medium of writing, while Europe continued to treat books as priceless artifacts that needed the sacrifice of whole herds of sheep. Making paper from plant fibres was a technique that would eventually change the world, and it was perfected by a court official named Kai Lun around 105 CE during the Han Dynasty. When you take into account the alternatives that dominated writing surfaces for centuries, this invention may not seem like a game changer. Imagine attempting to transport a library of clay tablets on a journey. They were both heavy and brittle. Although stone was permanent, it was not practical for inscriptions other than the most significant ones. Papyrus was costly to make and transport, and it required particular plants that only thrived in particular climates. Parchment was extremely costly and required animal skins. A single book could require hundreds of animal skins. Rags, bark, bamboo, mulberry trees, and pretty much any other plant fibre could be used to make paper. This made it possible to produce writing materials in large quantities, locally, and at a low cost. The cost of the information written on the writing surface became insignificant for the first time in human history. Plant fibres were soaked, beaten into pulp combined with water, and then lifted out on screens to form thin sheets that eventually dried into paper. Kai Lun's method was elegantly straightforward. The method became so widespread in China that paper was used for more than just writing. It was also used for packaging, decoration, and even clothing. Paper served as a medium for art, decoration, and even money for the Chinese, who used it for more than just writing. Centuries before the rest of the world realized that you could use something other than pieces of metal to represent value, they created paper money. Chinese traders were using exquisitely designed paper notes backed by imperial authority to pay for goods, while European merchants continued to carry bags of gold and silver coins. Additionally, new forms of artistic expression were made possible by Chinese papermaking. Writing itself was regarded as a visual art form when calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, advanced to new heights. Chinese poets produced verses that were as exquisite to look at as they were to read, with the ink flow and brushwork adding to the poem's meaning. This type of creative experimentation was made feasible and affordable by paper. Along trade routes, the technology gradually spread thanks to traders, diplomats, and tourists who saw its potential. Around 750 CE, it made its way to the Islamic world, most likely via Chinese POWs taken during the Battle of Talas. With the same fervour as those who'd been attempting to preserve libraries on pricey animal hides, Islamic scholars and administrators embraced paper. Paper books flooded the great libraries of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba, establishing educational hubs that preserved and advanced ancient knowledge. Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other works were translated into Arabic and printed as paper books at the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, which developed into a translation hub. Cheap paper made this enormous translation project possible, saving classical education that might have been lost forever otherwise. Islamic papermakers improved upon Chinese processes and created new ones that were appropriate for various climates and the materials at hand. From Spain to Central Asia, they set up paper mills across their lands, establishing a production network that made books more widely available and more reasonably priced than ever before. In the 12th century, paper finally made its way to Europe, where it encountered the kind of opposition usually reserved for national security threats. To safeguard their business, parchment manufacturers organised strong guilds and pushed policymakers to limit the use of paper. Despite the fact that many paper manuscripts have fared better than parchment ones in terms of survival, religious authorities were concerned that paper books might not be robust enough to preserve sacred texts. In certain locations, using paper for official documents is outright prohibited. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II insisted that only parchment was appropriate for significant legal records, declaring in 1231 that official documents written on paper would be deemed invalid. This opposition to paper was partially cultural, reflecting long-held ideas about the appropriate materials for significant writing, and partially economic, as the production of parchment was a significant industry that employed thousands of people. However, paper had a compelling advantage. It was inexpensive. Parchment was unable to keep up with the growing number of universities in Europe and the resulting demand for books. Throughout their studies, A university student may require access to dozens of different texts. More animal skins were needed for even a small library than most areas could provide. In the 13th and 14th centuries, paper mills started to appear all over Europe. They were frequently constructed next to rivers that could supply electricity for the equipment that was used to grind plant fibres into pulp. These mills evolved into hubs of technological advancement, creating novel methods for creating various kinds of paper with various uses. It would take centuries to fully comprehend how the economics of knowledge changed as a result of the cheap paper's availability. For the first time, writing supplies were reasonably priced, allowing people to try out novel written expressions. Because paper made writing more affordable, personal letters increased in frequency, business records became more detailed, and governments became more bureaucratic. Johannes Gutenberg was arguably the most irritated metalworker in Mainz, Germany, and perhaps all of Europe by the 1440s. He had invested years and a lot of money into creating a system of movable type, which consisted of separate metal letters that could be rearranged to print various texts. However, each prototype he created brought with it new problems that seemed to arise more quickly than he could resolve them. The intricacy of the technical issues was astounding. The printing would be uneven, with some letters pressing harder into the paper than others if the letters weren't all precisely the same height. To account for the inherent proportions of various letters, they also needed to have slightly different widths. For example, a I should be narrower than a W, but both had to line up precisely with every other letter in the alphabet. The type required a carefully formulated metal alloy. If it were too soft, pressure would cause the letters to distort. They would chip or shatter if they were too hard. The alloy needed to be able to capture fine details, be robust enough to print thousands of copies, and be affordable enough to make the system as a whole profitable. To transfer from metal to paper without smearing or fading, the ink needed to be precisely the correct consistency. Metal type on paper just didn't work with traditional manuscript ink, which was made for quill pens on parchment. In order to stick to metal and transfer smoothly to paper, Gutenberg had to create a completely new kind of ink that was oil-based rather than water-based. A page's whole surface required precisely the correct amount of pressure from the press itself. Some letters would print lightly or not at all if there was insufficient pressure. Excessive pressure could cause the paper to tear, or the type to be pushed so deeply into the paper that holes would form. However, the economic issue was arguably the most difficult. With no assurance of return, starting a printing business required a significant upfront investment in supplies, machinery, and trained labour. A single misaligned letter, a batch of faulty ink, or a paper issue could destroy hundreds of copies and cause the business to go bankrupt. Gutenberg's brilliance lay not only in his individual solutions to these issues, but also in his realization that printing was an entirely new method of book production. Manuscripts were copied one at a time by medieval scribes, who worked for months on each copy. After the initial setup was finished, printing produced a template that could create hundreds of identical copies. There were significant ramifications of this transition from artisanal to industrial production that went well beyond the printing shop. Printed books were identical rather than distinct, each with its own unique qualities and possible mistakes. Because everyone else reading the same book would find the same text in the same place, scholars in different cities could now refer to particular pages and lines. Naturally, the Bible was the first book that Gutenberg decided to print. However, this was a wise business move as well as a religious one. The one book that was sure to have a sizable and steady market was the Bible. Every church required copies, affluent people desired their own copies, and the text was sufficiently uniform to eliminate any doubts regarding its veracity or correctness. The Gutenberg Bible, which was finished around 1455 and is still regarded as one of the most exquisite books ever created, demonstrated that hand illumination could compete with mechanical reproduction in terms of artistic quality. Gutenberg created books that fused the elegance of traditional manuscript art with the accuracy of printing, by hiring talented artists to add decorative elements to each copy. More significantly, though, the Gutenberg Bible proved that books could be produced in large quantities without compromising their quality. With hand-added decorations, each of the 180 copies was unique, despite having the same text and layout, resulting in a hybrid form that connected medieval craftsmanship and contemporary industry. With the rapidity of a particularly potent plague, but with far greater advantages, the printing press spread throughout Europe. By 1500, more than 250 cities, ranging from Stockholm to Naples and Lisbon to Moscow, had printing presses. Millions of books were being produced by these presses every year, changing Europe from a place where books were rare and valuable to one where printed materials were becoming widely available. The ramifications for society were profound. The simultaneous existence of identical copies of the same text in several locations was unprecedented in human history. With the assurance that their peers would be reading the same words, academics could now participate in authentic intellectual discourse by citing particular passages and page numbers. Scholarly discourse became more cumulative, more collaborative, and more precise. After being nailed to a Wittenberg church door in 1517, Martin Luther's 95 Theses were reprinted and disseminated throughout Germany in a matter of weeks, translated into several languages in a matter of months, and then dispersed throughout Europe in a year. Luther's accusations of church corruption might have remained a local theological dispute in the absence of printing. Their invention of printing served as the catalyst for the Protestant Reformation, which fundamentally altered Christianity in Europe. Researchers on different continents could now instantly share scientific discoveries. Within months of its publication in De Revolutionibus in 1543, Copernicus's groundbreaking theory that the Earth revolved around the Sun was known to astronomers all over Europe. Published in De Humani Corporis Fabrica that same year, Vesalius's precise anatomical illustrations provided medical students worldwide with access to intricate illustrations that were previously limited to a small number of hand-drawn manuscripts. In both subtle and revolutionary ways, the printing press democratized knowledge. With less expensive bindings, a farmer's son could now own the same books as a nobleman. Instead of competing based on the wealth of their patron, ideas could do so on their own merit. Simply being able to reproduce text at low cost and disseminate it widely enabled the Protestant Reformation, the Scientific Revolution, and the Enlightenment. However, printing also gave rise to new kinds of control and inequality. Even though the cost of books decreased, their production still required a large investment. By determining which texts were worthy of being printed and which concepts merited widespread dissemination, publishers took on the role of new information gatekeepers. Governments implemented licensing programs, censorship, and printing press control after realizing the power of printing. The spread of Protestant texts through printing prompted the Catholic Church to create the Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of books that Catholics were prohibited from reading. Realizing that controlling the presses meant controlling the information flow, governments across Europe set up official printers and mandated licenses for printing businesses. It was impossible to fully regulate printing in spite of these control attempts. Smugglers transported banned texts across borders, underground presses produced books that were prohibited, and the sheer volume of printed material made complete censorship impracticable. Since mass communication had escaped, it would never be able to be reined in. In the 17th and 18th centuries, something extraordinary occurred. Common people started reading for enjoyment. Not for religious education, not for work-related reasons, but just because reading was now a fun, inexpensive, and socially acceptable pastime. In addition to reflecting broader shifts in European society, this change was partially brought about by the printing press, which made books more affordable and accessible. More people had free time and disposable income as a result of growing prosperity. As cities grew more populated, bookshops, lending libraries, and literary discussions became commonplace. As literacy rates increased, more people were able to read the increasingly accessible books. Most significantly, though, authors started producing content especially for this new readership. Published in 1719, Daniel Defoe's Robinson Crusoe was adventure fiction for merchants, shopkeepers, artisans, and anybody else with a few free hours and the cost of a book. It was not written for academics or aristocrats. Written in simple terms that anyone could understand and appreciate, the book told the tale of an average man dealing with extraordinary circumstances. The 18th century's social media platforms were coffee shops. More than 3,000 coffee shops in London functioned as gathering spots where people congregated to read newspapers, talk about pamphlets, and debate the concepts that were being discussed in print. These were places where common people could engage in the intellectual life of their era, debating politics, science, literature, and philosophy over coffee cups and clay tobacco pipes. They were not official educational institutions. Every coffee shop had its own personality and customer base. After becoming the epicenter of maritime insurance, Lloyd's Coffee House changed its name to Lloyd's of London. Publishers and booksellers came to the Chapter Coffee House. Jonathan's Coffee House developed into a hub for stock trading, While Will's was well known for its literary discussions, the coffee shop served as a hub for social networks, business transactions, and the formation of public opinion. A literary genre that was ideal for this new reading culture was the novel. Novels told stories about people like the readers themselves, in contrast to philosophical treatises or epic poems, which required specialised knowledge or classical education to fully appreciate. They looked at the moral dilemmas of daily life, the social dynamics of modern society, and the inner lives of regular people. The popularity of Samuel Richardson's 1740 novel Pamela was so great that readers wrote fan letters to the fictional heroine, sent the author ideas for new plot points, and convened in groups to debate the moral decisions and motivations of the characters. Individuals were developing emotional bonds with fictional characters in ways that any contemporary fiction reader would recognise. Pamela became a literary phenomenon as a result of its success. The 18th century equivalent of appointment television was created by Richardson's subsequent publication of Clarissa, an even longer novel that was released in instalments over a year. As each new book came out, readers scheduled their months in advance, congregating in coffee shops and private residences to talk about the most recent events in Clarissa's heartbreaking tale. In previously unheard-of numbers, women began to produce and consume this new literary culture. Because the novel was regarded as a new literary form devoid of long-standing masculine traditions, and because women were acknowledged for their unique understanding of the emotional and domestic themes that novels addressed, it was one of the few literary genres in which female authors could compete on an equal footing with men. In the late 17th century, Aphra Behn, often regarded as the first professional English woman writer, proved that women could produce fiction that was profitable. Eliza Haywood, Fanny Burney, Anne Radcliffe, and Jane Austen, who mastered the craft of social comedy and produced some of the most enduring characters in English literature, were among the many female novelists who flourished in the 18th century. These female writers acknowledged the social challenges, emotional complexity, and intelligence of women while writing for female readers. Their novels directly addressed the issues of their female readership by examining marriage, finances, family dynamics, and social expectations. Instead of being passive objects of male attention, they crafted heroines who were active agents in their own stories. Knowledge and entertainment spread more quickly as a result of feedback loops produced by the growth of literacy and reading culture. Larger book markets resulted from an increase in readers. There were more specialised publications in larger markets. More specialised publications allowed for more accurate targeting of particular communities and interests. Magazines started to appear with the purpose of providing specific audiences with frequent doses of opinion, information, and entertainment. One of the first popular general interest magazines, the Gentleman's Magazine, was established in 1731 and combined news, literature, science, and commentary in a monthly format. Soon after came magazines for women, kids, and people with particular interests or occupations. Reading became even more accessible and communal with the circulation of libraries. Readers could check out books from the library, return them when they were done, and choose new ones from the collection for a subscription fee. Through the creation of reader communities that exchanged recommendations and discussed what they had read, this system made pricey novels accessible to those who couldn't afford to buy them. Reading had become so widespread by the end of the 18th century that social critics began to worry that it might jeopardize moral order and social stability. Young people were accused of reading too much fiction and ignoring their practical obligations, especially young women. Novels were accused of fostering dangerous notions of social equality, fostering female independence, and generating irrational expectations about romance. Later panics about radio, television, video games, and social media bore striking similarities to these fears about the consequences of reading fiction. Every new mass entertainment medium has been charged with destroying traditional values, corrupting young people, and eroding social ties. Perhaps the first instance of moral panic over mass media was the reading panic of the 18th century, which established trends that would be replicated with every new communication technology. Writing and reading became industrial processes in the 19th century, and information, once a limited resource accessible only to the elite, became a mass-produced good that was accessible to all societal levels. The same steam engines and mechanical advancements that were transforming transportation, manufacturing, and every other facet of economic life also drove this change. Books and newspapers could be produced more quickly than anyone had thought possible thanks to steam-powered printing presses. With skilled operators putting in long hours, the old-fashioned hand-operated printing press, which had hardly changed since Gutenberg's day, could possibly produce 300 pages every day. With little assistance from humans, steam-powered presses could generate 3,000 pages per hour. The same need for inexpensive materials that was revolutionizing textile production also drove the mechanization and efficiency of papermaking. The handmade sheets that had restricted paper production for centuries could be replaced by continuous rolls of paper of consistent quality and thickness, thanks to the Fourdrinier machine, which was created in the early 1800s. Rags started to give way to wood pulp as the main raw material for paper, which increased its affordability and availability. For the first time in human history, the dissemination of knowledge was not hampered by the physical creation of reading materials. At prices low enough for working-class families to afford books and newspapers, publishers could print as many copies as the market would demand. The first real mass media was thus produced. Newspapers evolved from pricey weekly indulgences that were mostly read by professionals and merchants to inexpensive everyday essentials that were accessible to all societal classes. By the 1830s, America's penny press was printing 1-cent newspapers that were jam-packed with local news, sensational stories, and advertisements meant to reach as many people as possible. Compared to the commercial and political newspapers of the previous century, the content of these penny papers was very different. The penny press reported on crime, accidents, human interest stories, and entertainment rather than politics, international trade, and topics of interest to affluent readers. They were the forerunners of contemporary tabloid journalism, which was created to be interesting, readable, and accessible to those with little free time or education. When ships arrived with the newest edition of The Old Curiosity Shop or Great Expectations, readers on both sides of the Atlantic lined up at docks, making Charles Dickens possibly the first true media celebrity. His novels were serialized in magazines, which created the 19th century equivalent of appointment television. People devoted their entire month to learning the fates of their favourite fictional characters, and Dickens' earnings from writing allowed him to live like a king. Novels published in serial form gave rise to new kinds of authorial response and reader interaction. Dickens is renowned for altering plot points in response to reader responses to previous chapters. Dickens changed his plans for other characters in The Old Curiosity Shop after readers expressed dissatisfaction with Little Nell's fate. A more responsive and democratic form of literature was produced by this direct feedback loop between writers and readers. As education grew, basic literacy ceased to be an elite achievement and instead became a practical necessity. Workers who could follow written instructions, read simple instructions, and comprehend basic contracts and legal documents were needed during the Industrial Revolution. Commercial activities, railroad operations, and factory work all required literacy skills that were previously optional for the majority of people. The majority of industrialized nations implemented public education systems in the 19th century with the goal of creating literate workers who could navigate an increasingly complex economy. Using standardized techniques that could be used on a large scale, children learned to read and write quickly and effectively. Most significantly, though, writing started to accelerate in ways that radically altered the nature of communication. Written messages could be sent across continents in a matter of minutes thanks to the telegraph, which was created in the 1840s. Information was able to spread more quickly than its creators for the first time since humans invented writing. Government, journalism, and business were all significantly impacted by this acceleration. Markets thousands of miles apart could coordinate their stock prices. Nearly instantaneous news reporting was possible from remote locations. In real time, military leaders could coordinate operations over large areas. By uniting previously disparate areas into a cohesive communication system, the telegraph produced the first genuinely worldwide information network. New writing styles that were geared toward economy and speed were necessary for telegraph communication. Messages had to be clear and succinct because every word cost money. Other writing styles were impacted by the telegram style, which pushed for directness and efficiency. The headlines of newspapers became more witty. Business letters became more targeted. The clipped, cost-effective style originally created for telegraph communication started to be adopted even in private correspondence. The act of writing itself was mechanized with the invention of the typewriter in the 1870s. Expert typists could create more readable text, use less space, and produce clean, identical copies of documents more quickly than any handwriter. The typewriter gave women their first widespread office job opportunity, and the sound of typing became the background music of contemporary office work. Additionally, typewriting standardized written documents' appearance in ways that had unanticipated repercussions. The handwriting on handwritten documents provided insight into the author's social class, educational attainment, emotional state, and personal traits. Due to the anonymity and consistency of typed documents, written communication became more democratic, and ideas could be evaluated without regard to the personal traits of their authors. Writing was not only altered by the 20th century, but it was also multiplied exponentially, resulting in an information environment so complex and rich that it would have been overwhelming to earlier centuries. However, each new technology seemed to increase the desire for more written content rather than replace written communication. Despite their apparent threats to written communication, radio and television actually increased the demand for written materials. People wanted to read more in-depth articles in newspapers and magazines after hearing fascinating news on the radio. Watchers of television looked for books written by authors they had heard on talk shows. Instead of taking the place of the others, each new medium seemed to enhance them. The development of offset printing in the early 1900s greatly reduced the cost and increased the versatility of high-quality reproduction. Any image or text that could be photographed could be reproduced using offset printing, as opposed to traditional letterpress printing, which required the manual setting of individual pieces of metal type. This allowed publishers to experiment with new layouts and visual designs, magazines to include photographs alongside text, and books to include diagrams and illustrations. With magazines catering to every imaginable interest and demographic, their variety and circulation skyrocketed. Through breathtaking photography and readable prose about far-off locales and fascinating cultures, National Geographic brought the world into American homes. Photojournalism was invented by Life magazine, which used pictures and thoughtfully chosen text to tell stories, while Ladies' Home Journal sparked a national dialogue among women about fashion, social issues and domestic life. Popular science helped make technical advancements understandable to a wider audience. Publishers like Penguin in Britain and Pocketbooks in America led the paperback revolution, which made books more accessible and portable than ever before. Complete novels, collections of poetry or non-fiction could be published in paperback books that cost no more than a magazine. All of a sudden, serious literature was as disposable as magazines and as easily accessible as newspapers. New literary communities and reading habits were spawned by this accessibility. Individuals could afford to gamble on unproven writers or uncharted territory. Books stopped being significant investments and instead became impulsive purchases. Millions of people were exposed to authors and genres they might not have otherwise come across in traditional bookstores, thanks to the paperback rack in pharmacies and airports. Over the course of the industrialized world, typewriters went from being a luxury piece of office equipment to becoming everyday household objects that were used in homes, schools, and small businesses. Ordinary people were able to create documents that looked professional in their homes for the first time, in ways that would have astounded medieval scribes who spent years honing their handwriting. The typewriter democratized neat, readable writing. The nature of private correspondence was also altered by the widespread availability of typewriters. For speed and clarity, letters could be typed while retaining the unique writing style of each individual. Standardized format and appearance for business letters led to the development of templates and conventions that continue to shape formal correspondence today. The speed and reach of written communication, however, were undergoing a true revolution. With the advent of the airmail service in the 1920s and 1930s, letters could now be sent across oceans in a matter of days as opposed to weeks. International trade and cooperation were made possible at a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. A business letter sent from New York on Monday could arrive in London by Thursday. Newspapers were able to instantly share stories across continents thanks to teleprinters and wire services. A more integrated global awareness of current events could result from the simultaneous publication of the same news story in newspapers from Tokyo to New York. Reports from the front lines could be filed by war correspondents and published the following day in local newspapers. Due to the extraordinary demand for communication and information brought about by World War II, many of these trends were accelerated. Improvements in information processing, printing, and telecommunications were driven by military requirements. Markets for new kinds of publications and reporting techniques were opened by the demand for news. Millions of people were exposed to writers and concepts that they might not have otherwise come across thanks to the pocket-sized books that soldiers carried. Perhaps no single publishing initiative in history has contributed more to the democratization of literature than the Armed Services editions, which were small paperback books sent to American soldiers during World War II. These books were printed on inexpensive paper, made to fit in uniform pockets, and given away for free to all active military personnel. They created a reading program that transcended all social and educational boundaries by including everything from technical manuals to popular novels to classical literature. Expanded expectations and tastes in literature were brought back by veterans from the war. The greatest expansion of higher education in American history was made possible by the GI Bill, which offered educational benefits to returning veterans. The explosion of college enrollment opened up enormous new markets for serious non-fiction, academic publications and textbooks. The first truly mass-literate society in human history was brought about by the post-war economic boom. Instead of being exceptional, college education became the norm. Everyone could now afford literature thanks to paperback books. Public libraries developed into community hubs where anyone seeking information from any social or economic background could obtain it for free. New reading and writing habits were brought about by suburban development. On their daily commutes, commuters used buses and trains as makeshift reading rooms where they read paperback novels, periodicals and newspapers. Because most suburban homes had a den or family room with built-in bookcases, middle-class people were accustomed to owning and displaying books. Social critics started to worry about information overload by the 1960s because written communication had become so commonplace. Books, magazines and newspapers were all over the place. With all the written material being produced daily, how could anyone keep up? In his 1970 book Future Shock, Alvin Toffler made the case that the amount of information and the rate of change were becoming too much for the average person to handle psychologically. The explosion of information in the 1960s was a gentle prelude to what was to come, but no one could have predicted that it was only the beginning. In the 1940s and 1950s, computers looked like enormous calculators with text processing as an afterthought. These compact devices, which were packed with magnetic drums and vacuum tubes, were made mainly for mathematical computations used in large-scale data processing, military applications, and scientific research. The notion that they could transform human communication seemed as unrealistic as the notion that locomotives might one day be employed for space travel. Punched cards were fed into these devices by early computer operators, who then had to wait hours or even days for the results to print. Compared to typewriters, writing on computers was slower and more difficult, and it took months to acquire the specialized knowledge of operating systems and programming languages needed. Text processing was viewed as a trivial use of computing power by the few individuals who worked with computers, who were highly skilled technicians and scientists. However, computers had a huge advantage over all earlier writing technologies. They could transmit, edit, and copy text without any physical restrictions. A computer-generated document was made up of electrical or magnetic signal patterns that could be precisely duplicated as many times as necessary without losing quality. It was possible to make changes without having to retype whole pages. Electronically stored, searched, and retrieved text could be done with speed and accuracy that physical documents could not match. The revolutionary potential of computerized writing became apparent in the 1960s and 1970s with the development of word processing software. With previously unheard-of ease and efficiency, authors could alter text on screen, rearranging paragraphs, fixing mistakes, and updating content without having to retype entire documents. By doing away with the tiresome mechanical parts of writing, such as retyping, rearranging, and proofreading several drafts, authors were free to concentrate on ideas and content rather than the actual act of writing. This power was brought to common desks in homes and offices across the developed world in the 1980s with the advent of personal computers. In addition to being sufficiently powerful to manage complex word processing, data management and communication tasks, computers such as the Apple II, Commodore 64 and IBM PC were reasonably priced for individual homes and small enterprises. In addition to making editing as simple as typing, word processing programs like WordStar, WordPerfect and eventually Microsoft Word added capabilities that were previously unattainable with mechanical writing instruments. Spell checking automatically detected typos. Find and replace features could instantly make global changes to lengthy documents. With the help of numerous fonts and formatting choices, authors were able to manipulate the text's appearance in ways that were previously exclusive to professional publishers. Professional quality documents could now be produced at home thanks to personal printers. Anyone with a computer could now create documents that looked as professional as those from specialised print shops, thanks to dot matrix printers, which were followed by inkjet and laser printers. As revolutionary as the original printing invention, the democratization of document production made publishing accessible to anyone with a computer. However, networking, which linked individual PCs into global communication networks, was the true revolution. Originally restricted to users of the same computer system, electronic mail developed into a global communication tool that could link anyone with computer access to anybody else anywhere in the world. Written communication became instantaneous and interactive with email. Instead of days or weeks, you could compose a message, send it to someone on the other side of the globe, and get a response in a matter of minutes or hours. While maintaining the accuracy and permanence that set writing apart from speech, written communication started to catch up to conversational speed. More sophisticated forms of computer-mediated communication were made possible by the protocols and standards that made email possible. Anyone with system access could read the messages that users posted on bulletin board systems BBS. Global discussion forums centered on particular topics of interest were established by Usenet newsgroups. These early online communities showed that new kinds of social interaction that relied solely on written communication could be supported by computer networks. The largest library in human history was created almost instantly after the World Wide Web was made available to the general public in the early 1990s. You could access millions of documents from any computer with an internet connection, eliminating the need to physically visit places to find information. Most of the obstacles that had previously restricted access to information and publication were removed by the internet, which turned every computer into a printing press and every person into a potential publisher. The markup language used to create web pages, HTML, was flexible enough to support complex multimedia presentations, while still being easy enough for anyone to learn and publish online. Since the majority of early websites were text-based, the internet was essentially a huge collection of linked documents that could be read, searched, and linked to one another in ways that were not possible with traditional books and papers. No one completely foresaw the consequences of this democratization of publishing. Publishers, editors, librarians, journalists, and other traditional information gatekeepers suddenly found themselves in competition with anyone with an internet connection and something to say. Information grew exponentially in quantity and accessibility, but its quality and dependability became increasingly erratic. The challenge of locating information in this enormous digital library was resolved by search engines. Web-specific search engines like AltaVista and Yahoo replaced early search tools like Archie and Gopher, and finally Google. The entire corpus of human-written knowledge could be searched in a matter of seconds from any location in the world, thanks to Google's PageRank algorithm, which could sift through billions of web pages to find the most pertinent results for any query. Universal searchability had significant ramifications. Researchers could locate pertinent information nearly instantly, rather than spending hours in libraries searching through card catalogues and indexes. Writers had access to more sources than the greatest scholars of earlier centuries could have hoped for, rather than depending on their own collections or institutional holdings. Any writing project's research phase was shortened from weeks or months to a few hours or days. Additionally, digital text opened up new avenues for multimedia and interactive writing. Authors were able to produce non-linear documents with hypertext links that readers could navigate based on their own needs and interests. Compared to traditional print media, websites could create richer and more captivating reading experiences by fusing text with images, audio, and video. Websites, email, and forums that mirrored traditional publishing models were transplanted to digital platforms, and the early internet was largely used for publishing and consuming relatively formal written content. However, the emergence of a new generation of online platforms at the turn of the 21st century drastically altered the nature of digital communication. Unexpectedly, social media sites like Friendster, MySpace, and eventually Facebook restored writing as a means of communication. People started writing quick, concise answers to each other's posts, comments, and updates, in place of formal documents or well-written letters. Instead of publishing information, these platforms were made to promote social interaction, and they were successful in developing new written communication formats that resembled speech more than conventional writing. People's use of written language was significantly impacted by this return to conversational writing. Emotional connection and instantaneous expression took precedence over formal grammar. In ways that traditional text could not, emoticons and acronyms evolved into a new type of written shorthand that could express emotion and tone. As people started writing as they spoke, using slang, informal constructions, and interruptions that would not have been appropriate in more formal written settings, the line between spoken and written language started to blur. When Facebook's timeline feature was launched in 2011, it gave rise to a new genre of autobiographical writing, in which users shared brief posts with photos of their everyday activities. This was a more immediate and impromptu form of self-documentation that captured everyday moments and casual thoughts in ways that earlier generations would have deemed too insignificant for written record, rather than the meticulously planned self-presentation of traditional autobiography. By restricting posts to 140 characters, later increased to 280, Twitter, which was launched in 2006, took conversational writing to the next level. Extreme concision was required by this restriction, which prompted the creation of new, brevity-optimized forms of writing. Twitter users developed a poetic form that prioritized wit, insight, and emotional impact over conventional literary elaboration by learning to convey the most meaning in the least amount of space. Additionally, the character limit altered the cadence of written correspondence. Twitter users posted short updates throughout the day rather than writing long messages that were sent occasionally, resulting in a constant flow of written content that was more akin to ongoing conversation than traditional correspondence. Millions of users were able to engage in simultaneous conversations about current affairs, individual experiences, and cultural phenomena on the platform, which evolved into a global chat room. Beginning as a straightforward method of sending quick messages between mobile phones in the 1990s, text messaging rose to prominence as a written communication method in the early 2000s. Similar to Twitter, SMS messages were restricted to 160 characters and emphasized private communication over public broadcasting. There are linguistic conventions, abbreviations, and cultural norms specific to texting. The terms LOL, laugh aloud, BRB, be right back, and TTYL, talk to you later, became widely used. The way people formed written thoughts was altered by predictive text and autocorrect features, which occasionally resulted in misunderstandings but also made composition faster. Mobile technology also changed the physical act of writing. Texting could be done with thumbs on small screens while walking, taking public transit, or doing other activities, whereas traditional writing had been done with pens on paper or fingers on keyboards. Writing was genuinely portable and incorporated into everyday life in previously unthinkable ways. With the 2007 release of the iPhone, smartphones further expanded the accessibility and versatility of mobile writing. Every phone became a portable writing and publishing tool thanks to touchscreen keyboards, voice-to-text capabilities, and constant internet connectivity. The amount and speed of written communication increased dramatically as a result of people being able to create and share written content at any time and from any location. Instagram, which debuted in 2010, created new storytelling formats by fusing textual and visual communication. Users posted pictures with captions that varied from brief summaries to in-depth stories. People's writing about their experiences was impacted by a new kind of categorization and searchability brought about by the platform's hashtag system. Perhaps most significantly, however, social media brought writing back into the mainstream in ways not seen since prehistoric culture's oral traditions. Writing had been a solitary act for the majority of human history, producing a document that would later be read by others. Writing became instantaneous, interactive, and collaborative with social media. Responding to each other's posts within minutes or seconds of their publication, people could collaborate in real time, fostering conversations across various platforms and time zones. New kinds of group meaning-making were spawned by the comment sections that sprang up beneath news articles, blog entries, and social media posts. Hundreds of responses to a single post could challenge, expand, or totally recontextualize the original message. As readers began to co-create meaning through their responses and interactions, the line between author and reader became less clear. New types of collective authorship were also spawned by the collaborative nature of digital writing. When Wikipedia was first launched in 2001, it showed that volunteer contributors could collaborate online to create and maintain extensive reference works. Through a collaborative writing and editing process that would not have been feasible without digital technology, The encyclopedia expanded to include millions of articles in hundreds of languages. Traditional beliefs regarding authorship, authority and quality control in written work were called into question by Wikipedia's success. Wikipedia used peer review and crowdsourcing to produce content that was frequently more up-to-date and thorough than traditional reference works. Despite occasionally being less trustworthy than professional editors and expert authors, social media and digital communication have produced an unprecedented amount of writing. Humans were creating more written material every day by the 2010s than had been contained in all of the ancient world's libraries put together. Although the majority of this writing was conversational, transient and informal, status updates, comments, text messages, tweets, it marked a significant change in the way people used written language. You are living through the most significant change in writing since the creation of the alphabet, so keep this in mind as you curl up with your blankets and feel your eyelids getting heavier. What is taking place in your immediate surroundings is as revolutionary as anything that took place in Gutenberg's printing shop, medieval monasteries, or ancient Phoenicia. These days, artificial intelligence can produce text that looks human and is frequently identical to content written by humans. Poetry, business letters, technical documentation, and even intricate conversations are all possible with large language models like GPT and its offspring, which show an awareness of context, subtlety, and emotional nuances. The distinction between machine and human writing is becoming more and more hazy. People can now write by speaking instead of typing thanks to advancements in voice recognition software that can now convert speech to text with astounding accuracy. While walking, driving, or doing other tasks, writers can compose text at the speed of speech with Dragon Naturally Speaking, Siri dictation, and Google voice typing. Writing, which involves moving a pen across paper or fingers across a keyboard, is becoming a less necessary activity. Text can be instantly translated between languages using real-time translation algorithms, removing the barriers that have divided human communities for millennia. One can write in their native tongue and have it instantly understood by readers anywhere in the world thanks to Google Translate and similar services, which can handle dozens of languages with increasing sophistication. New types of spatial writing in which text is embedded in three-dimensional environments are starting to be made possible by augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. Future authors may create text that floats in space, reacts to movement, and changes depending on the reader's perspective and interaction, as an alternative to writing on flat surfaces. Although they are still in the experimental stage, brain-computer interfaces raise the prospect of direct neural control over text composition. People may eventually be able to think words that are automatically translated into written communication, rather than speaking, typing, or writing by hand. The permanence and accuracy of writing could be paired with the quickness and closeness of thought. Despite all of these technological advancements, writing's primary function hasn't changed since the first cave paintings were created 40,000 years ago. We continue to use writing to leave behind traces of our existence that will outlive our actual physical presence in the world, preserve thoughts, exchange ideas, and connect with other minds across time and space. The essential human activity of making the absent present, giving thoughts permanence, and connecting with other people through symbols and meaning is shared by the cave painter, who left a handprint in Chauvet Cave, and the social media user who posts a status update today. In reality, the story of writing is the story of human connection and the tenacious will to transcend the boundaries of personal awareness. From Sumerian cuneiform to contemporary digital text, every writing system aims to address the same fundamental issue. How can we communicate our thoughts to those who aren't there in person? How can we ensure that our thoughts endure beyond our own death? From those initial symbolic inscriptions on cave walls, we have come a long way. The greatest scholars of antiquity could not have predicted the amount of written knowledge available to a child learning to read today. Professional scribes in medieval monasteries are not as quick at writing as the teen texting friends. Compared to the most powerful rulers of previous centuries, the office worker writing an email has greater access to information and communication tools. However, the magic is essentially unchanged. The same miracle that astounded our ancestors and still astounds us, when we pause to consider it, is happening to you as you read these words right now. Ideas generated in one mind are being replicated in another mind, across time and space, using only marks on a surface, be it a printed page, a digital screen, a papyrus scroll, a cave wall, or a clay tablet. The wonder endures despite changes in technology. Although the particular tools change over time, the basic human desire to connect, communicate, and share consciousness never changes. From ancient pictographs to contemporary emoji, writing in all its forms symbolizes humanity's continuous effort to go beyond the confines of personal experience and establish a common meaning across the enormous gaps that divide different minds. Every text message, email, and comment you send contributes to the extensive dialogue that people have been having via writing for more than 5,000 years. Not only are you utilizing technology, but you are also engaging in one of the oldest and most fundamental human endeavors, which has been updated with contemporary instruments while maintaining its timeless objectives. Today's kids will grow up in a world where voice recognition replaces typing, artificial intelligence helps with writing, real-time translation eliminates language barriers, and new technologies that we can hardly fathom will continue to revolutionize the way people write and communicate. However, they will continue to use writing for the same purposes that humans have always used it for: memory preservation, knowledge exchange, creative expression, relationship building, and bridging the gap between two different consciousnesses. One word at a time, billions of people worldwide are writing the future of writing today. The great human endeavor of making thoughts permanent and shareable involves everyone: scientists recording new discoveries, students taking notes in class, poets writing verses, journalists covering current affairs, friends communicating over great distances, lovers expressing their feelings, children learning their first letters, and the elderly preserving family stories. Remember that you are a part of this amazing continuous story as you close your eyes tonight and allow these thoughts to find a home in the cozy spaces between waking and sleeping. You're connected to every human being who has ever struggled to share an idea, preserve a thought, or reach across time to touch another mind through the book you're reading, the device you're using, and the act of absorbing these ideas through written symbols. The same awe that has enthralled people since we first realized that marks could have meaning is being felt by a child learning to recognize their first letters somewhere tonight. When they learn that the squiggles on the page can tell them stories about faraway places and made-up friends, their eyes enlarge. From medieval apprentices learning to form letters with quill pens to children in one-room schoolhouses laboriously copying letters on slate boards, they are continuing a tradition that dates back to ancient Sumerian schoolchildren practicing their cuneiform on clay tablets. A writer is working on a story that could be read for centuries to come somewhere tonight, picking every word with the same care that unites all storytellers who have ever attempted to permanently depict human experience. Even though they are writing on a computer, they are performing the same fundamental task as the unnamed author of Gilgamesh, the scribes who documented King Arthur's stories, or the innumerable bards who turned oral traditions into written works. Tonight, a scientist is adding their observations to the extensive body of human knowledge that started with Mesopotamian astronomers recording the motions of planets and stars, documenting a discovery that has the potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of the world. Their lab notebook or digital file will become part of the legacy that includes the research notes of Marie Curie, the sketches of Leonardo da Vinci, and the journal of Charles Darwin from the Beagle. In a tradition that includes Victorian love letters sent across continents, medieval courtly letters, and wartime correspondence that kept relationships strong over years of separation, lovers who are separated by distance are sending each other messages that bridge the gap between their hearts somewhere tonight. Whether the medium is video calls or text messages, the impulse is the same for all people who have ever attempted to stay in touch via written communication, in the same spirit that inspired ancient chroniclers to document the exploits of kings and heroes. A grandparent is somewhere tonight recording family tales for grandchildren who have not yet been born, conserving memories and wisdom. The fundamental purpose of these family histories is the same as that of the great historical works of Gibbon, Herodotus, or any other chronicler of human experience, even though they may never be published or read widely. Somewhere tonight, a student is engaged in the same process of acquiring and preserving knowledge that has propelled human learning since the founding of the first schools in ancient Mesopotamia, taking notes that will aid them in developing their understanding of the world. Their computer files and notebooks represent the most recent development in humanity's continuous endeavour to transmit knowledge from one generation to the next. Someone is writing in a diary somewhere tonight, documenting the minutiae of everyday existence that will eventually give historians a better understanding of how we lived, what we valued, and what we were concerned about. They are carrying on the tradition of Samuel Pepys, who chronicled life in London in the 17th century, Anne Frank, who chronicled her experiences during World War II, and innumerable others who recognise that ordinary life, when faithfully documented, gradually transforms into the extraordinary. Somewhere tonight, a poet is carrying on humanity's oldest literary tradition by trying to find the perfect words to convey an emotion or experience that has never been sufficiently conveyed before. They are part of the same tradition as Homer, Sappho, Li Bai, Rumi, Shakespeare, and all other poets who have attempted to use language to create beauty and meaning, even though they may share their work on social media instead of performing it in royal courts. All of these individuals, along with millions more, are contributing their words to the extensive dialogue that started when the first human decided that thoughts were too valuable to rely solely on memory. This means that the story of writing is not yet complete. Every research paper, love letter, grocery list, and status update adds to the continuous human endeavour of making the transient permanent and the invisible visible. Not only are you reading this story, dear reader, but you are also contributing to its creation. Each time you send a message, write an email, write a note, or express an idea in writing, you're taking part in one of the greatest cooperative endeavours in human history. You are contributing your voice to a dialogue that has been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more. Just as we can hardly imagine what writing technologies our great-grandchildren will take for granted, the Lascaux cave painters could never have imagined smartphones and social media. However, despite all technological advancements, the basic human urges that drive writing, the need to remember, communicate, share, preserve, and create, remain constant. Allow yourself to feel a part of this enormous human endeavour as you go to sleep tonight. You might dream of future technologies and ancient scribes, of writers at glowing screens and storytellers around campfires, of children learning their letters and elders keeping their memories alive. They are a part of your story, and you are part of theirs. Rest well and dream of all the stories that have not yet been told, all the discoveries that have not yet been documented, all the connections that have not yet been made, and all the ideas that have not yet been able to move from page to page in your mind. You, dear reader, dear writer, dear participant in this ancient and continuing human adventure, will contribute to the writing of the greatest chapters of the writing story. Good night, and I hope your words are heard tomorrow. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Cleopatra came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. an ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes. This behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenseless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar, He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honouring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticized, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognized the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realized how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organising cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She manoeuvred through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral and subadmiral, outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realized the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of the loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organize a defense crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, there were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. That's the trick you've learned living in your mother's household. Make yourself small, keep your opinions quiet, and for heaven's sake don't remind anyone that you're technically supposed to inherit a kingdom someday. Your father is still king, though barely anyone takes him seriously anymore. Edward II has become England's embarrassment, and you've learned that being his son means wearing that shame like an ill-fitting cloak. The castle smells like wet stone and old rushes today, same as always. Someone's cooking something with onions down in the kitchens, and the scent drifts up through the drafty corridors. You're sitting in a window seat, supposedly studying Latin with your tutor, but really you're watching your mother pace back and forth across the chamber. Isabella of France doesn't pace like normal people. She glides, even when she's angry, and today she's furious about something your father did or didn't do. You've stopped keeping track. Your tutor clears his throat, trying to reclaim your attention. He's a nervous man with ink-stained fingers who always looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. You don't blame him. Your mother's moods fill a room like smoke, and right now the atmosphere is suffocating. "The conjugation, my lord," he whispers, tapping the page. You recite it dutifully, your voice barely audible. This is another skill you've mastered, being present without being noticed. Your mother doesn't acknowledge you as she sweeps past, trailing silk and determination. She's meeting with Roger Mortimer later. Everyone knows this, though no one says it out loud. Mortimer is your father's enemy, technically, but he's also become the most important man in your mother's life. The arrangement is obvious to anyone with eyes and deeply uncomfortable for a boy who's supposed to respect both his parents. The summer heat makes the stone walls sweat. You can feel moisture in the air, that particular dampness that medieval buildings never quite shake. Your tunic sticks to your back. You're growing again. Your clothes never fit properly anymore. There's a new tunic being made, deep blue wool that will be too warm for summer and too thin for winter, because that's how these things work. Your younger siblings are somewhere else in the castle, being children. You hear their laughter occasionally drifting up from the gardens. You're not sure when you stopped being included in their games, but somewhere along the way you became different. The heir, the future, the boy who can't afford to just be a boy. My lord, the tutor again, patient but persistent, you finish the conjugation. He nods, satisfied, and assigns you a passage to translate. Something about Roman virtue and duty. Everyone's always teaching you about duty. The afternoon wears on. Your mother leaves finally, taking her energy with her. The room feels larger without her, emptier. You stretch your legs, feeling your knees crack. 12 years old, and already your body feels wrong, gangly and awkward. You're going to be tall, people say, like your grandfather, Edward I, Longshanks, the king who conquered Scotland and terrified his enemies. That's a lot to live up to when you can barely get through a Latin lesson without daydreaming. Someone brings you dinner, bread, cheese, and a bit of dried fish. You eat alone, which is typical. Your mother dines with Mortimer and the important nobles. You're important in theory, but in practice, you're just a complication. The boy who represents the future but gets in the way of the present. Night falls, and the castle settles into its evening routine. Torches are lit. Voices echo down corridors. You lie in your narrow bed, listening to the distant sounds of adult life happening without you. Somewhere, your father is probably drinking himself into stupidity with his favourites. Somewhere, your mother is plotting the kingdom's future with her lover, and here you are, suspended between them, belonging to neither. You pull the wool blanket up to your chin. It scratches. Everything in medieval life scratches. The clothes, the blankets, the very air sometimes. You're cold even though it's summer. That bone-deep chill that comes from stone walls and uncertainty. This is your childhood. Not adventure, not pageantry, just waiting. Waiting to grow up. Waiting for things to change. Waiting for a future that everyone promises is glorious, but feels mostly heavy. You close your eyes and try to sleep, knowing tomorrow will be exactly the same. More Latin, more pacing, more being the heir who doesn't quite matter yet. The really funny part? Someday you'll look back on these years as the simple ones. You're 14 when they make you king, and the crown is heavier than you imagined. Not physically, though it is quite heavy, an uncomfortable circle of gold that gives you headaches, but in all the ways that matter. Your father is dead, or deposed and then dead, or murdered. The details keep changing depending on who's telling the story, and you've learned not to ask too many questions. What matters is that Edward II is gone, and you're Edward III now, which sounds impressive until you realise what it actually means. It means Roger Mortimer runs everything. You're sitting in the Great Hall at Westminster, attending yet another council meeting where decisions get made around you rather than by you. Mortimer is holding forth about taxes, his voice filling the chamber with confidence you certainly don't feel. He's a big commanding man, the kind of person who makes rooms feel smaller just by entering them. Your mother sits beside him, beautiful and terrifying, nodding at all the right moments. You're supposed to nod too, agree, sign things, be the royal seal of approval for whatever they've already decided. The hall smells like old wood and ambition. 50 nobles are packed in here, ostensibly your subjects, actually Mortimer's audience. They watch you sometimes, these powerful men, and you can see them calculating. How long until the boy becomes a man? How long until he matters? Your Grace agrees, of course, Mortimer says, not quite making it a question. You agree, you always agree. What else can you do? Your nights are spent in royal apartments that feel designed to remind you how small you are. Vast chambers with painted ceilings and furniture, sized for kings who filled the role better. Your father's things are mostly gone now, cleared away like embarrassing evidence. You sleep in his bed, though, and sometimes you wonder if he was scared too, lying here, feeling inadequate. Probably not. Your father's problem wasn't fear, it was poor judgment. He loved the wrong people, trusted the wrong allies, and ignored the kingdom's business for personal pleasure. You're determined not to make those mistakes, which mostly means making no decisions at all. Your wife arrives in the spring, Philippa of Hainault, cheerful and kind and absolutely terrified, though she hides it better than you do. You're both teenagers playing at marriage, going through motions that adults have arranged. The wedding is elaborate and expensive, designed to show England that everything's fine, the succession is secure, and there's nothing to worry about. Philippa tries. You have to give her that. She learns English phrases, smiles at the right moments, and doesn't complain about the drafty English castles after her comfortable continental upbringing. At night, in the massive royal bed, you lie side by side like nervous strangers, which is exactly what you are. Do you think it gets easier? She asks one night, her accent making the words charming. Probably not, you admit. She laughs, surprised by your honesty. It's a nice sound in the darkness. Maybe you'll be friends eventually. Is more than many royal marriages manage. The seasons blur together. Summer progress through the kingdom. You and your mother and Mortimer showing the flag, accepting hospitality from nobles who can't afford it, but can't refuse. Autumn in Westminster, signing documents you barely understand. Winter at Windsor, watching snow fall on the Thames while Mortimer makes decisions about your realm. You're learning, though. Slowly, quietly, you're paying attention. You notice which nobles resent Mortimer's power. You see how money flows through the kingdom, who profits and who loses. You're developing opinions about things, even if you can't express them yet. Your 16th birthday comes and goes with ceremony but little change. You're taller now, filling out, and starting to look like a king even if you don't feel like one. People bow lower. Nobles petition you directly sometimes, though everyone knows the real decisions happen elsewhere. Mortimer is getting comfortable. That's his mistake, probably. He's stopped being careful and stopped pretending that you matter. He takes lands, grants titles, and enriches himself and his allies. Your mother seems not to notice, or perhaps she doesn't care. She's got what she wanted. Her son on the throne, her lover in power, and her hated husband gone. But you're noticing. You're 17 now, then 18, and the boy who learned to make himself invisible is watching everything. You see which guards are loyal to Mortimer, and which ones might waver. You understand the castle's rhythms, who goes where and when defences are lax. You're still agreeing to everything in council, still playing the compliant young king, but inside, in the parts of yourself you keep hidden, you're getting angry. This is your kingdom, your crown, your responsibility, and you're tired of being a decoration. The funny thing about being underestimated is how useful it becomes. Mortimer thinks you're weak, your mother thinks you're manageable. The nobles think you're young. They're all so busy congratulating themselves on controlling you that they don't notice you growing up. Late at night, in those quiet hours when the castle sleeps, you lie awake planning. Not rebellion exactly. You're not your father, prone to dramatic gestures that fail. Something quieter, something certain. You're still young, still learning, still waiting, but not for much longer. You're 23, actually ruling now, and the work is endless. It's barely past dawn, and you're already in council, listening to your treasurer explain why the kingdom is broke. Again! The exchequer runs on chaos, apparently. Taxes that should be collected aren't. Expenses that shouldn't exist do. And somewhere in the muddle, your grandfather's legacy of financial stability has evaporated like morning mist. The Scottish campaign requires funds, Your Grace, the treasurer is saying. He's a thin man with worry lines etched deep. Everyone involved in royal finance looks like that eventually. Everything requires funds, you mutter, rubbing your temples. The headache that's been your constant companion for 3 years throbs steadily. What do we actually have? The answer, presented in careful detail, is not enough. Never enough. You need to pay soldiers, maintain castles, support your growing household, fund diplomatic missions, and keep your nobles happy. The list is infinite. The treasury is finite. By mid-morning you're hearing petitions, a disputed inheritance in Yorkshire, a merchant claiming unfair taxation, 2 nobles who hate each other arguing about grazing rights. You're supposed to be wise, fair, and decisive. Mostly you're just tired. Split the difference, you tell the nobles, knowing neither will be satisfied, but at least they'll be equally unhappy. Next case. Philippa finds you at midday and interrupts your meeting with the Flemish ambassadors to remind you that your son needs attention. Which son? Edward, the eldest, is currently having a tantrum about something. You're a father 4 times over now, with more children probably coming, each one a blessing theoretically. Also, each one is another responsibility, another line in the budget, and another piece of your attention divided. You excuse yourself and follow Philippa to the nursery. Little Edward is red-faced and furious about being denied some toy or treat. He's 3 years old and already as stubborn as his grandfather. You pick him up, feel him struggle briefly before collapsing against your shoulder in dramatic sobs. There now, you murmur, swaying slightly. Fatherhood wasn't covered in your education, but you're learning. You're all right. He sniffles and wipes his nose on your expensive tunic. Philippa hides a smile. You're getting snot and tears on cloth of gold, and somehow this feels more real than the council meetings. Better, you ask? Edward nods, already recovering. Children are resilient that way. He wriggles down and toddles off to terrorise his sisters. Crisis resolved. You return to the Flemish ambassadors, who pretend not to notice the stains on your clothes. Afternoon brings military planning. Your Scottish campaign isn't going well, shocking absolutely nobody, since Scottish campaigns never go well. The terrain is impossible, the weather worse, and the Scots have centuries of practice making English armies miserable. But you're committed now, your pride involved, your grandfather's legacy demanding you succeed where your father failed. Maps are spread across the table. Little wooden markers represent armies, castles, and supply lines. Your commanders are confident, which worries you. Confidence before a Scottish campaign usually precedes disaster. We'll advance here, one says, pointing to terrain that looks suspiciously difficult. Supplies, you ask? A pause. Being arranged, Your Grace. Which means they haven't figured it out yet. You sigh, make notes, and try to think of solutions to problems that might not even be the real problems. Dinner is a performance. You sit at the high table, Philippa beside you, dozens of nobles watching your every move. You're supposed to be kingly, dignified, confident, and inspiring. Actually, you're exhausted, and your back hurts from hours of sitting in uncomfortable chairs. But you smile, make conversation, and compliment the venison that's too tough and the wine that's too sweet. After dinner, more work, documents to sign, letters to dictate, disputes to settle. Your secretary reads aloud while you pace the chamber, trying to keep your mind focused. A monastery wants confirmation of its privileges. A town needs permission for a market. A noble feels insulted by something another noble said and wants you to care. Tell them. You start, then realise you've forgotten what the problem was. Tell them we'll consider it. Your secretary makes notes. He's diplomatic enough not to point out that "we'll consider it" is what you say about everything you don't want to deal with. Midnight comes before you finish. Philippa is already asleep when you finally make it to bed. Curled on her side, breathing softly. You slip in beside her carefully, trying not to wake her. Your mind is still racing, the Scottish problem, the French situation developing, the nobles plotting, the treasury depleting, the children growing, and the kingdom demanding. Sleep when it comes is fractured. You dream about documents, endless scrolls of parchment requiring your seal. You dream about your grandfather watching disapprovingly. You dream about drowning in administrative details while everyone expects you to be heroic. You wake before dawn, already behind on tomorrow's impossible schedule. This is kingship you're learning. Not glory, not adventure. Just an endless grind of decisions and demands, each one important to someone, all of them your responsibility. You're the richest man in England, and you haven't had a moment to yourself in 3 years. You command armies, but can't command your own schedule. The funny part, and you're developing a dark sense of humour about these things, is that this is still the easy period. Before the wars get serious, before the plague arrives, before everything gets exponentially harder. But you don't know that yet. Right now you just know you're tired, and there's another council meeting in an hour. You drag yourself out of bed. Another day, another 100 demands. At least you're getting good at it. You're 30, and something interesting has happened. You've figured out how to be king. Not perfectly, there's no such thing, but competently, which turns out to be enough. You've stopped trying to be your grandfather and started being yourself, and surprisingly it's working. The morning routine is familiar now, almost comfortable. You wake early, dress in clothes that actually fit properly. You've got tailors who understand your preferences now. Down to the council chamber where your advisors wait. Men you've chosen yourself, people who are loyal and mostly competent. France, you say, settling into your chair. What's the latest? Your spymaster, you have a spymaster now, which feels very adult, Reports on Philip's court. The French king is your cousin, technically, though that hasn't stopped the two of you from being enemies. There's a complicated situation developing about your rightful inheritance of the French throne through your mother. Complicated meaning almost certainly leading to war, but not today. Today is about preparation, building alliances, securing funds, training armies. You've learned patience and the value of laying groundwork. Mortimer taught you that, ironically, by showing you what happens when someone seizes power too quickly. Sustainable control requires a foundation. The treasury situation has improved. Not dramatically, but you're no longer constantly broke. You've reorganised the exchequer, replaced the corrupt officials, and found new revenue sources. Wool taxes, mostly. England produces wool, Flanders wants wool, and you've positioned yourself perfectly in the middle. It's not exciting, but it funds your ambitions. Mid-morning brings your household. Your children are everywhere suddenly. Edward is 8 now, serious and responsible in that way eldest sons become. Isabella is 6, clever and willful. Joan is 4 and sweet-natured. William is 2 and chaotic. There's another baby coming. Philippa waddles around hugely pregnant, glowing despite the discomfort. They need to see you, she insists, herding children into your chamber like determined ducklings. You're supposed to be reviewing military contracts, but instead you're letting William climb on your lap, while Edward recites his Latin lessons and the girls show you drawings they've made. It's chaos, sticky-fingered and loud, and you're surprised to realise you don't mind. These small humans are yours, your legacy beyond crowns and conquests. Very good, you tell Edward, who's actually quite impressive with his conjugations. Your tutor says you're ahead of schedule. Edward beams. He wants your approval desperately, this serious little boy with your features and his grandmother's intensity. You ruffle his hair, earning a dignified squirm. 8 years old, and already too grown up. Philippa rescues you eventually, collecting children like scattered sheep. The ambassador from Hainault is waiting, she reminds you. Right. The ambassador. Another alliance to maintain, another relationship to manage. You've got networks now spanning Europe. Marriage connections, trade agreements, and military pacts. Your diplomatic web grows steadily, each strand another tool for the coming conflict. The afternoon is spent with your commanders, planning theoretical campaigns. You've been studying warfare seriously, reading your grandfather's notes, and consulting with experienced knights. You're developing your own theories about mobility, about combined arms, and about using archers effectively. The French fight traditionally, you explain, moving markers on the map. Heavy cavalry charges, chivalric combat. What if we don't? Your commanders look sceptical. Your Grace proposes, fighting to win rather than fighting honourably, you say. Revolutionary, I know. Someone laughs nervously. You're the king. You can make jokes now. It's nice, actually, having the authority to be slightly irreverent. You've earned it, these 10 years of grinding work, proving yourself capable. Evening finds you in the kennels, checking on your hunting dogs. This is your escape. These moments with animals who don't want anything except food and affection. Your favourite hound, a rangy deerhound named Thunder, presses against your leg while you scratch his ears. Good boy, you murmur. Simpler, isn't it? Being a dog. Thunder doesn't answer, just leans harder, content. You envy him sometimes, this uncomplicated creature with uncomplicated needs. Dinner is less formal tonight, just family and close advisors. Philippa has arranged it that way, understanding you need occasional respite from performance. The conversation flows easily. Children's stories, household gossip, plans for the summer. Normal things, the kind of evening any prosperous family might share. You're happy, Philippa observes later, in bed. Am I? You consider it. I suppose I am. Is that allowed? Why wouldn't it be? Kings in the histories are usually miserable. She laughs, that wonderful sound that's become familiar over 12 years of marriage. Then be different. Be a happy king. You kiss her temple, feeling the baby kick against your side through her belly. I'll try. The kingdom is stable. Your family is growing. Your plans are developing. You're 30 years old, experienced enough to be confident, and young enough to be energetic. This might be the peak, you think. This balanced moment before everything gets complicated again. You're right, of course, but you don't know that yet. For now, you're just content. Building steadily, growing into your role, becoming the king you always hoped you'd be. It's nice while it lasts. You're 35, standing at the edge of something enormous, and the whole kingdom feels poised to tip. The war with France has started. Not suddenly. Wars never start suddenly, despite what the chroniclers claim. But gradually, inevitably, like water finding its level. Philip of France has pushed too far and challenged you once too often, and now there's no backing down without losing everything you've built. Your war council meets daily now. The chamber smells like parchment and anxiety, with maps covering every surface. You've assembled the best military minds in England, and they're all telling you slightly different things about how to invade France successfully. The Flemish alliance is key, one insists. No, we need to secure Gascony first, another counters. You listen, absorb, and make decisions that might kill thousands of men. It's remarkably abstract, moving markers across maps, discussing supply lines and march times. Real soldiers will suffer these theoretical hardships, but right now they're just numbers, logistics, and problems to solve. The money required is staggering. You've been raising funds for 3 years. Taxes, loans, and creative accounting that makes your treasurer nervous. England's wool wealth flows into military preparation, and your subjects are grumbling but compliant. For now. Philippa finds you late one night, still bent over maps. She's heavier than she used to be, 7 children having left their mark, but still lovely in the candlelight. Practical, steady Philippa, who's never once complained about being queen during wartime. "Come to bed," she says. In a moment. "You said that 2 hours ago." She comes closer, examines the maps. "Can you actually win this?" "I have to. That's not an answer." You sigh and straighten up. Your back aches constantly now. Too many hours hunched over planning. "Honestly, I don't know, but I've committed us. The nobles are invested and the alliances are arranged. Retreating now would be worse than losing." She's quiet, processing this. Philippa understands politics better than she lets on. "The children asked about you today. They barely see you anymore." Guilt stabs sharp. Your children are growing up. Edward is 13 now, practically a man, and already involved in military training. The others are scattered through childhood, each one a bright spot you're too busy to properly appreciate. "After the campaign, you promise." You keep saying that. She's right. You've been saying it for years. After this crisis, after that negotiation, after the war starts, after the war ends. Fatherhood keeps getting postponed for kingship. Spring brings mobilization. Your army assembles thousands of soldiers, archers, cavalry and support staff. The logistics are nightmarish. Feeding this many men, moving them efficiently and keeping them organized and equipped. You've got good administrators handling details, but the scale is overwhelming. You review the troops personally, riding along the lines. They cheer, these men who'll fight for you, possibly die for you. You try to look confident, kingly, and worth following. Inside, you're calculating odds, worrying about supply lines and wondering if you've prepared adequately. The fleet sails in July, carrying your army to France. You stand on deck watching England recede, feeling history's weight. This is it, the great gamble. Everything you've built, everything you've planned, reduced to this moment. Philippa insisted on coming to see you off. She stood on the dock, 7 children arrayed around her, waving as your ship departed. The image burned into your memory. Your family, your anchor, left behind while you chase glory and territory. The sea crossing is miserable. You've never enjoyed sailing, and this is rough. Waves tossing the fleet about like toys. Men get sick, horses panic, and equipment shifts dangerously. By the time you reach France, you're exhausted before the fighting even starts. The campaign itself is complicated. You win battles, which is good. Your tactics work, your archers devastate French cavalry, and everything you planned proves effective. But winning battles isn't winning wars, and the French have more resources and more depth. You can hurt them, but conquering them might be impossible. Months blur into an exhausting grind. Castle sieges, supply shortages, and disease in the camps. You're living in tents, eating whatever's available, and constantly moving. The glory of warfare, you're discovering, is about 10% excitement and 90% discomfort. Letters from England arrive irregularly. Philippa writes about household matters, children's illnesses, and political manoeuvring at court. Your son Edward is managing well as nominal regent, but he's 13, too young for this responsibility, though doing his best. Guilt gnaws at you. Your family needs you, but duty keeps you in France. Winter forces pause. You return to England briefly, just long enough to see how much your children have grown, and how tired Philippa looks managing everything alone. Little Lionel is walking now. Thomas has learned his letters. The girls have new interests you know nothing about. "Tell me," you ask at dinner, desperate to reconnect. They do, shy at first, then warming up. Stories tumble out. Lessons, games, small dramas you've missed. You're a stranger at your own table, welcomed but separate. It hurts more than French arrows. "You look older," Philippa observes privately. "I feel older." "You're 36 now, but you feel 50. The war is aging you rapidly, each campaign adding years. Grey threads appear in your hair. Your joints ache in the morning. You're not the young king anymore, all energy and optimism. The kingdom is transitioning, you realise, from peace to war, from potential to reality. You've committed England to a conflict that might outlast you, and certainly will outlast your youth. This is your legacy now, not the stable reign you'd hoped for, but endless war. Spring comes again, the fleet assembles again, you board ship again, leaving family again, returning to France again. It's becoming routine, this cycle of war and absence. You're not sure if that's better or worse. Probably worse. You're 41, and the war has become your entire existence. 5 years of continuous campaigning have reduced life to brutal simplicity. Win battles, secure territory, and keep your army fed. Everything else, family, comfort, peace, exists in some distant memory, a dream you once had. You're besieging Calais, have been for months. The city sits stubbornly resistant, and you're too committed to withdraw. Your army camps in mud that never quite dries, siege equipment pounding walls that refuse to crumble. Men die daily, mostly of disease, the boring death of medieval warfare. Dysentery and fever kill more efficiently than French swords. The camp smells like unwashed humanity and rotting food. Thousands of men packed together, latrines inadequate, hygiene impossible. You've got a proper pavilion at least, royal quarters separated from the common soldiers, but luxury is relative. Your tent stays marginally drier than theirs. That's about it. Your commanders report regularly, bringing problems you're supposed to solve. Supplies are running low, mercenaries demanding payment, nobles feuding over precedence. The minutiae of warfare never stop. "We could assault again," one suggests. "You've already lost hundreds in previous assaults." "No, we wait, starve them out." Waiting requires patience you're not sure you have. Each day costs money England doesn't have, straining alliances that are growing fragile. But assault wastes lives, and you're tired of signing condolence letters. News from England arrives in batches, Philippa writes faithfully, though her letters take weeks to reach you. Your children are growing up in your absence. Edward is 18 now, knighted, and leading men himself. The girls are becoming women, making marriages you're barely consulted about. You're missing everything, every milestone, every moment. One letter brings devastating news. Your daughter Joan has died. Plague in Bordeaux, sudden and absolute. She was 14. You read it twice, unable to process. Joan, your sweet-natured daughter, who loved music and had your mother's grace. Gone. And you weren't there. You were here, in French mud, besieging a city for reasons that suddenly seem pointless. You dismiss your staff and sit alone in your pavilion. Grief hits delayed and overwhelming. You've lost soldiers, friends, and allies. But this is different. This is your child, and you weren't there to comfort her, to say goodbye, or to do any of the things fathers should do. Night falls. You don't light candles. You just sit in darkness, feeling the weight finally exceed your capacity. The war, the deaths, the endless responsibility. It's too much. You're one person, fallible and tired, and everyone expects you to be invincible. Calais surrenders in August. Victory, technically. You've won. The city is yours, a strategic prize that cost you a year and thousands of lives, and a daughter you'll never see again. The burghers of Calais come barefoot in sackcloth begging mercy. They expect execution. Siege customs allow it. Your nobles certainly want it. Revenge for the stubborn resistance. You should order it. Make an example, and show France what happens when cities defy you. Instead, you stare at these frightened men and see just more death. More bodies, more widows, more children without fathers. They live, you hear yourself say. Your nobles protest. Philippa, who's joined you for this victory, she insisted, crossing the channel specifically to witness this moment, intervenes. She pleads for the burghers personally, her pregnancy obvious, maternal and merciful. You let her have it, this mercy. It's the least you can do, granting her this small thing when you've taken so much else. The army returns to England for winter. You're 42 now, famous, victorious, and absolutely hollow. Calais is won, territory secured, and you feel nothing except tired. Your children greet you as a visiting stranger. They're polite and proper, exactly as they've been trained. Edward discusses military matters like a colleague. The younger ones keep a careful distance. You've been gone more than present in their lives, and it shows. Philippa is pregnant again, with your 12th child. You lie together in the great bed at Westminster, bodies familiar but somehow distant. "Are you well?" she asks. "I won," you say. "Isn't that what matters?" She's quiet. Then, "Joan loved you very much. She talked about you constantly and wondered when you'd come home." The knife twists deeper. "I know." "Do you? Because you weren't there. You haven't been there." It's the closest she's come to accusation in 24 years of marriage. You can't even defend yourself because she's right. You've chosen war over family and glory over presents. The victories ring hollow next to Joan's empty place at the table. Winter passes in administrative recovery, organising the new territories, repaying debts, and preparing for the next campaign. Because there's always another campaign. The war has momentum now, self-sustaining, impossible to stop. You catch yourself in mirrors sometimes, barely recognising the reflection. Grey-haired, lined, and harder than the young king you once were. The weight of conflict has remade you into something efficient and sad. Your son Edward is preparing for his own military command. He's eager, brave, and everything a prince should be. You should be proud. Mostly you're worried, having seen too clearly what warfare costs. "Be careful," you tell him, knowing it's inadequate. "I will, father." He won't. No one is in war, but you let him go, sending him to France with your blessing and your dread. Spring comes again, mobilization again. The cycle continues, grinding forward, pulling you along. You're too deep now to stop, too invested to quit. The war owns you completely. You board ship one more time, watch England fade one more time, and wonder one more time if this will be the campaign that breaks you entirely. Probably not. You're too stubborn to break. But you're definitely cracking. You're 46, home between campaigns, and you're trying to remember how to be human. The war continues, but you've learned to delegate. Your son Edward, they're calling him the Black Prince now, for reasons involving either his armour or his methods, campaigns effectively without you. This should free you up for domestic life, family time, and being present. Except you've forgotten how. You're at Windsor, your favourite castle, watching autumn paint the Thames Valley in gold. Philippa sits nearby doing needlework, a domestic scene that should be comfortable. Instead, you're restless and anxious without an immediate crisis to manage. "You're pacing," Philippa observes. "Am I?" You stop and notice you've worn a track in the rushes. "Sorry." "Sit. Read. Rest. You're allowed." You sit obediently and pick up a book, something philosophical someone recommended. The words swim meaninglessly. Your mind wants problems to solve, decisions to make, and enemies to outmaneuver. Peace feels alien. Your younger children are here. Lionel, Joan, the second Joan named for her lost sister, Margaret and Thomas. Teenagers and children, growing up largely without you. They're polite, well-mannered, complete strangers. "Tell me about your studies," you try at dinner. Thomas, 13, brightens. "I'm learning mathematics, father. Geometry specifically. Did you know?" He launches into an enthusiastic explanation of triangles and angles. You try to follow, genuinely try, but your mind drifts. Supply lines, troop movements, diplomatic considerations. The habits of warfare don't release easily. "Isn't that fascinating?" Thomas finishes. "Very," you say, hoping it was the right response. Philippa gives you a look. You're failing again, even at this simple thing. Being present physically isn't enough when you're absent mentally. The household runs smoothly without you. Philippa has managed everything for years. Finances, child-rearing, and political manoeuvring. She's competent, beloved. Everything a queen should be. You're almost unnecessary, a ceremonial figure who shows up occasionally. One afternoon you find her in the solar, surrounded by administrative documents. She's handling estate business, settling disputes, and making decisions that should be yours. "I can take over," you offer. She looks up, surprised. "Do you have time?" The question stings. "I'm here, aren't I?" "Physically," she agrees, "but you've been staring out windows for 3 days. Your body's in England, but your mind is still in France." She's right. You're perpetually half elsewhere, unable to fully commit to the present moment. The war has trained you to think strategically, plan constantly, and never rest. Domesticity requires different skills you've let atrophy. You make efforts, hunting with your sons, teaching them falconry. The birds are calming, their simple needs refreshing. Thomas proves surprisingly adept, his gentle patience perfect for handling the temperamental hawks. You're good at this, you tell him. He glows at the praise. Such a small thing, your attention, but he treasures it. Guilt stabs again. How many moments like this have you missed? Evenings you spend with Philippa trying to reconnect. 28 years of marriage, and you're courting her again, relearning her rhythms. She's heavier now, comfortable in middle age, and beautiful in ways different from youthful beauty. Lines around her eyes, grey in her hair, evidence of decades supporting you. Do you ever regret it, you ask one night? Regret what? This. Me. Being married to someone who's never actually here. She considers, honest as always. Sometimes. But I knew what I was marrying. Kings don't retire. I could be better at it. The being present part. You could, she agrees. Will you be? That's the question. You want to promise change and swear you'll be different. But the war isn't over. More campaigns are planned and you know yourself well enough to recognise your limitations. You're a king who leads, not a king who stays home. I'll try, you say finally. It's the best you can offer. She accepts it because Philippa is practical about disappointment. Winter brings the whole family together for Christmas. Your children, their spouses and grandchildren are starting to appear. The hall at Windsor fills with family chaos, and you're struck by how much you've missed. Edward's children barely know you. The younger ones treat you like a distinguished stranger. You hold your infant granddaughter, Edward's daughter, feeling her tiny weight. She stares at you with serious eyes, unimpressed by kingship. Just another person holding her, somewhat awkwardly. She likes you, Edward says, smiling. Does she? You're not sure. Babies are mysterious. But you hold her carefully, this next generation, wondering what world she'll inherit. One is still at war, probably. The conflict with France has become perpetual, outlasting your youth, likely outlasting you. The celebration continues around you. Philippa orchestrates everything perfectly, ensuring everyone feels included. Your family, vast and complicated, held together by her competence and your periodic appearances. You catch her eye across the hall. She raises her cup slightly in acknowledgement. You're trying. It's not enough. Never enough. But you're trying. Maybe that counts for something. You're 55 and everything hurts. Not metaphorically, though plenty hurts metaphorically too, but physically. Constantly. Your knees ache from decades of riding. Your back complains about armour you haven't worn in 5 years. Your hands cramp around quills when you write, joints stiff with whatever malady attacks ageing warriors. You're at Windsor again. Always Windsor lately your refuge. The campaign years are behind you. Edward handles military affairs now, the Black Prince proving more than capable. You should feel relief from this lessened responsibility. Mostly you feel obsolete. The morning routine takes longer than it used to. Servants help you dress. Your fingers are too stiff for complicated fastenings. Your hair is white now, face heavily lined. Mirrors show a stranger, old and tired, where the vital king used to be. Philippa appears at breakfast, moving slowly herself. She's been sick lately, something in her lungs that won't clear. You eat together in companionable silence, two people worn down by decades of responsibility. Council today, she asks, already knowing the answer. They barely need me anymore. They need the crown. You're wearing it. True enough, your presence legitimizes decisions your advisors make increasingly without you. The council meetings are a formality. Your agreement is assumed. The kingdom runs itself with systems established over 30 years functioning automatically. England is wealthy, powerful and respected. Your legacy is secure. So why do you feel so empty? Edward visits, bringing his children. Your grandchildren swarm around, energetic and loud. They're not quite sure who you are. The old man in the big castle, but they're polite about it. Grandfather, your granddaughter Isabella climbs into your lap, fearless. She's 6, all enthusiasm and questions. Careful of grandfather, Edward warns. He's not as sturdy as he looks. You wave off the concern and let Isabella settle. She chatters about something, her pony maybe, and you half listen, content with her warm weight. This is nice, actually. Grandchildren demand less than children did, satisfied with presence rather than perfection. Philippa coughs, harsh and prolonged. Edward looks concerned, but she waves him off too. "Just a cold," she insists. "It's not just a cold. You both know this, though neither says it. She's dying, probably. Slowly, uncomfortably, her lungs filling with something medicine can't fix. You're dying too, just slower. Old age and accumulated damage are catching up. The funny thing about dying slowly is how normal it becomes. You're not afraid exactly, just tired. You've lived 55 years, accomplished the important things, and failed at others. At some point, that has to be enough. Your remaining children visit throughout the year. Thomas, John, and Edmund, grown men with their own concerns. They're dutiful, concerned about your health, and probably worried about inheritance. You've arranged everything carefully, but they still circle like polite vultures. "I'm not dead yet," you tell Thomas during one particularly solicitous visit. He has the grace to look embarrassed. "Of course not, Father. We're just concerned." "Be concerned quietly, then." Evenings you spend with Philippa, when her breathing allows conversation. 42 years of marriage behind you, and you're finally spending time together. The irony isn't lost on either of you. "We should have done this earlier," you say one night. "Done what?" "This, sitting quietly, being together." "We were busy," she says, practical as ever. "Raising children, running kingdoms, fighting wars. The usual." "Still, I miss so much." "You did," she agrees, because Philippa has never been one for comforting lies. "But you were here when it mattered. Mostly." That mostly contains multitudes. All the absences, the missed moments, the times war took precedence, but also the times you were present, the effort you made, and the love underneath the duty. She coughs again, worse this time. You hold her hand, useless but present. This is all you can offer now. Presence, witness, sharing the slow decline. The kingdom celebrates your military victories, remembers Crécy and Calais, and praises your martial glory. You remember mud and exhaustion, Joan dying alone, and decades of absence from family. The victories feel hollow against the personal costs, but you built something. England is stronger, richer, and more unified than you inherited. Your children survive to adulthood, most of them. Your grandchildren will inherit security and opportunity. It's not nothing. Philippa dies in August, quietly in her sleep, probably the best way. You're with her, holding her hand as her breathing simply stops. After 42 years of marriage, you're alone. The grief is enormous and strangely familiar. You've been practicing loss for decades. Joan, friends, pieces of yourself left in France. This is just the final, largest loss. The funeral is magnificent because she was queen, and that requires pageantry. You attend numbly, going through motions. People offer condolences you don't hear. The crown is heavy again, oppressively so. Afterward you return to Windsor alone. The chambers feel enormous without her. Her things are everywhere. Needlework, correspondence, evidence of the life she lived while you were elsewhere. You're 59 and probably have a few years left. Maybe more, maybe less. It doesn't much matter. The important things are finished. The war continues without you. The kingdom functions and children and grandchildren carry forward. You're just waiting now. For what? You're not entirely sure. But whatever comes, you'll face it the same way you faced everything. With duty, determination, and that peculiar mix of pride and regret that defines your entire complicated life. You're 64 and you're not sure you're still you. Some days are clear. You wake knowing who you are, where you are, and what the responsibilities are. Other days you surface from sleep confused, expecting Philippa beside you, wondering why your knees don't work properly, and unable to remember if you're supposed to be fighting the French or the Scots, or if maybe that was all years ago. Your attendants are patient. They've learned your rhythms and know which days you're lucid and which days you need gentle guidance. Today seems clear so far. You remember your name, your kingdom, and the fact that Philippa is dead and has been for 5 years. Windsor is quiet in the early morning. Your chambers face east, sunlight streaming in, illuminating dust motes floating lazily. You watch them drift, mesmerized by their simple existence. No responsibilities, no weight, just floating. Your Grace, your grandson is here. Richard, Edward's son, 10 years old, visiting the dying king. They bring him periodically, ensuring connection with the heir's heir. The boy is serious, polite, and probably terrified of the old man in the big bed. "Richard," you greet him, summoning clarity. "Come sit." He approaches carefully and perches on the chair beside your bed. He has his father's features but his mother's colouring, dark and handsome. He'll be beautiful when he grows up, if he grows up. Kingship isn't conducive to longevity. "How are your studies?" you ask, the traditional grandfather question. "Well, Your Grace, I'm learning Latin and philosophy and—" "Call me grandfather," you interrupt. "You're family. Family don't Your Grace each other." He relaxes slightly. "Yes, grandfather." You talk for a while, or rather he talks while you listen. Stories about his tutors, his siblings, and small dramas in a child's life. It's pleasant, this window into simple concerns. You've spent so long with kingdom-sized problems that childhood troubles feel refreshing. When he leaves, you're tired but satisfied. Legacy, you think. That boy will be king someday, carrying forward whatever you've built, hopefully better than you managed. Your counsel comes later, but you barely follow the discussion. Something about France. There's always something about France. Treaties, maybe? Or renewed conflict. You've lost track. The war outlasted your interest, becoming background noise to dying. Edward visits less often now. He's busy governing while you fade, taking on responsibilities you can no longer manage. The Black Prince. Famous and capable. Everything you hoped he'd be. Though you notice he looks tired too, worn down the same way you were. Kingship takes its toll regardless of capability. The French situation requires a decision, he says carefully. You decide, you tell him. I trust you. Relief crosses his face. He's been making decisions anyway, just seeking your blessing for legitimacy. You're a signature now, not a ruler. The crown has already passed, everything but officially. Nights are hardest. Pain keeps you awake, your joints, your lungs, everything deteriorating. Servants bring wine with poppy juice, dulling the discomfort and blurring your mind further. You drift between sleep and waking, losing track of which is which. You dream about your children, all of them. The living and the dead mixed together, Joan and William and Edward and Isabella, different ages, different times. Sometimes Philippa is there, young and laughing. Sometimes your mother, terrifying as always. Sometimes you're a child yourself, watching your father make the mistakes you swore you'd avoid. Did you avoid them? You can't remember anymore. Everything blurs together, successes and failures, triumphs and regrets. The long life reduced to fragments, pieces that might not even be real. One clear day you ask for accounting. Tell me what I accomplished. Your secretary lists achievements dutifully. Territories won, battles victorious, economic improvements, and legal reforms. Impressive on paper, this list of royal success. It sounds like someone else's life. And the costs, you ask? Awkward silence. No one wants to discuss costs with dying kings, but you press, needing honest accounting before the end. Finally, someone mentions the deaths. Soldiers, civilians, the casualties of decades of warfare. The debt accumulated. The families were destroyed. The opportunities missed pursuing military glory. Was it worth it, you ask, not expecting an answer? No one speaks. Because how do you measure worth? The expanded territory against the dead children. The increased prestige against the absent decades. The strong kingdom against the weakened king? You don't know either. You've spent 64 years being Edward III and you're still not sure if you did it right. Summer comes, you're last probably. The gardens at Windsor bloom magnificently, visible from your windows. You watch servants tending flowers, children playing, and life continuing regardless of your participation. It's oddly comforting, this evidence that everything will be fine without you. Edward brings Richard to visit again. Your grandson is growing quickly, losing his child roundness and becoming the person he'll be. You try to give advice and share wisdom, but words tangle. Your mind isn't cooperating anymore. Be kind, you manage finally. The kingdom needs strength, but kindness matters too. Richard nods seriously, probably not understanding. He's 10. You barely understood at 10, and you'd been king for years. Your attendance increased the poppy dose. Pain management, they call it. Really, it's the final mercy, easing you toward the inevitable. You don't protest. You're ready. You've been ready for a while, just waiting for the body to catch up with the spirit. One morning you wake, or think you wake, and Philippa is there. Not old, but young, the way she looked 40 years ago. She's smiling, patient, waiting. Is it time, you ask? Soon, she says. Rest now. You do. Rest comes easily finally, the burdens lifting, the weight of the crown and responsibility dissolving. You're just Edward again, not the king, not the conqueror. Just a man who tried his best and succeeded sometimes and failed sometimes and loved imperfectly but truly. The room fills with soft light. Philippa's hand in yours, warm and real. Your children gathering, all of them, living and dead, young and old, the whole impossible family. You're ready. And then, quietly, without drama or glory, you're done. The kingdom continues, it always does. Wars are fought, won and lost. Children become kings, make their own mistakes, and build their own legacies. The great wheel turns, indifferent to any single life. But for a while, for 64 complicated years, you were part of it. Edward III, the hard-lived king. Not perfect, not terrible, just human, trying to balance impossible demands, succeeding occasionally, failing often, and loving as well as duty allowed. Your story ends here, in this quiet room, surrounded by ghosts and memories and the soft light of a summer morning. Rest easy now, you've earned it.